Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, and with me this wonderful day today is the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr Bionic Dance.
Hi, everybody. I am not Diana Canary and the Lavender Lady, and you may notice a slight change in scenery. That's because my main computer decided to go tits up, and now I'm talking to you on my Chromebook in my bedroom. That's right, you're getting a brief, if narrow, glimpse of the Bionic Dance boudoir. So,
Shut
hey,
up, Clarion.
yeah, um, I do have the computer being repaired. Not asking anyone for any monetary help. Don't worry about that. So yeah, it should be a couple of days now, and it'll be back up and running. Woohoo! What
Did
had happened was the CPU got fried, and so that's what needed replacing. I'm also adding a second hard drive.
you only had one hard drive in? Okay.
Well, it was fine right up until I started rendering video for what's looking like at least a half hour of animation. I need extra space for storing all that footage.
Yeah, no, I'm weird, as we all know, but it's been so long since I've run a machine with only one hard drive that I forget what it's like. I used to,
Fairly partitioned, so I mean, it was effectively two hard drives, just wasn't two physical hard drives.
yeah, for years I've been running at least two physical hard drives, and then even back like 15 years ago, when I would distribute the operating system itself over several partitions, it would be over a couple of hard drives. Right now, the machine we're coming through to you on right now has, wait a minute now, three hard drives in it. One is two partitions for each of the operating systems, and then you've got the two drives, one home directory and another home directory. Yeah, and then the other one over here is four. Uh,
But of course, you tainted all of them with freaking Linux.
ah, hey, come on.
I'd probably be a lot less against Linux if it didn't have compatibility issues, but it
That
does.
that's a
And
problem.
so
Yes.
it seems to me that using Linux is less of a choice to use a different operating system and more a choice to be kitschy and offbeat. Because it's like you really are using Linux to your own detriment in many ways, but you're sticking with it anyway, despite the drawbacks and limitations. And what the hell's the point of that?
Well, I haven't had the occasion to use the high-end animation software, the high-end graphic software, or anything like that, the way you do, which I can understand. You're staying with the Windows because the stuff you use is basically, you either use Microsoft or you don't run the stuff
Yeah,
that you've got.
that's the thing with lots of programs, not just my animation stuff. There are
Yeah,
a lot of programs that will not run under Linux.
you
So
are
the choice to
correct.
use is in and of itself a choice to not use a very large number of applications, games, whatever. And it seems to me that that is not the intelligent choice. So why would someone go with Linux when it has those limitations? I don't get it.
Um, well, the main reason I go with Linux is I like it. I'm a systems hacker from way back. I can get under the hood, I can play with it, and the stuff I cannot do with Macroshaft. Let's see here. Is the
Not an
muddy
urgent.
okay? Greg, is the muddy audio for both of us or just Kate?
Oh, and keep in mind, I can't see the chat. If I try to have other windows or even other tabs open, my Chromebook rebels.
Yeah, because Kate's audio is muddy, because of the Chromebook she's using. But is mine money as well?
Sure would be nice if I could see the chat.
Oh, okay. The problem with the audio with Kate is, yeah, it's the Chromebook in her bedroom that's causing the problem. As soon as
I
she,
don't have a microphone I can reasonably plug into this thing,
yeah,
so
as soon as she gets the other computer fixed, everything will be fine again.
yeah.
And you're saying a couple days, right?
Yeah, the hard drive was supposed to arrive on Friday, but like Amazon decided to like not, and I should probably complain about that. But regardless, so I won't be able to get it to them till Monday. So there's that. I don't
Wait a
know how
minute.
long. What?
I don't know that you're going to get anything on Monday. Monday's
No,
Labor
no, no,
Day.
no, 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 no. I have the parts. They're here. They just
Okay.
arrived today.
Okay.
So going to the store where they repair the computer, when I bring them the hard drive, because I got it off of Amazon, it would have taken them like a week to get it themselves from their distributor. When I bring that physically to them, they can start building my computer again and getting it up and running again. And so that's what we take a day or two.
Yay! Yay, 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 yay.
So, you know, there's that. Looking forward to that. I did upgrade the CPU a little bit. The problem is because I have to keep using Windows 8.1 because my animation software is not compatible with 10, I
Right.
could not actually get a processor that was much more than 4% more powerful than the one I have, or the one I had, the one that got fried. So, you know, when this whole thing is done, this Quinn Redshift project of mine, I'm going to try to upgrade to Windows 10. I'm going to try to learn Blender, and that should solve a lot of problems, assuming that Blender is actually any good. I did play with it a little bit, and the interface is radically different from 3ds Max, so there might be a bit of a learning curve on how do I do what I used to be able to do so easily, you know?
Yeah, I know that when I tried to play with Blender, I found the learning curve to be rather steep, sort of like the sheer side of a cliff.
Well,
But
what worries me is that, like, the paradigm around which it's designed will be so radically different that I have to unlearn so much that it'll actually be more difficult than someone coming at Blender clean.
okay, yeah, and what I found, maybe I went about this incorrectly. What I found is that as far as manuals go, as far as any instruction things go, I wasn't finding anything that I found useful.
Well, I'll tell you this much, chances are you, well, okay, I don't know this for certain, so don't take my word for it, but I suspect that you won't. I suspect your true resource will be to go to a forum where other Blender users are doing what they do. Because, you know, like Blender's open source, so
Yes,
it seems to me
yes.
the manual would be hard to find in the first place.
Tell me
And
about it.
so I think you have to go to a forum. My problem with going to a forum is that people on the internet have a tendency to not answer the question you actually asked. Like,
Yes.
you know, if you say, I've started like emails, or sorry, emails, messages on forums where I'm asking for help, I will start it with, here are my goals. This is what I'm trying to accomplish. This is what I've tried. It's not working. What else can I try? And even then, people will start giving you shit advice, or they'll go off on tangents
Yes, they
and they'll
will.
ask if no help, or they'll try saying, look, do it a completely different way. And I'm like, look, I know that what I'm trying to do is possible, and I know that the other way you're suggesting will ultimately actually be more work. Help me out doing it the way I want to do it as well. and they will get so fucking snarky with you. You have no
Uh-huh.
idea.
Oh, I do.
And
Oh, do I ever. Now, back when I was trying to go onto forums for various things, I would say, okay, I'm using XYZ and I'm trying to do this. And the first thing out of their mouths is, why are you using XYZ?
yeah,
So it sounds familiar, I know. And it's like,
yeah.
because I am. Now, back to what I wanted to do. And, they will not move from why are you using XYZ? So it's like, okay, screw you. I'm on my own. I understand this.
Yeah. It is frustrating. Like the sheer number of times people tell me, no, no, don't try to do all of that in camera. Do it in post with a shit ton of compositing that your editing software can't even do. Like they all assume that I've bought a copy of After Effects. And no, I fucking haven't. After Effects is really expensive. And they're all, and the worst part is when they're like, well, if you're not doing it exactly the way we're telling you to do, then you have no appreciation of the craft. Fucking
Yeah,
asshole.
yeah, yeah.
And one of them said, you just see animation as a means to an end. I'm like, yeah, bitch, I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to tell a story, and I'm trying to tell it in an audiovisual medium. I care a hell of a lot more about framing a shot properly and timing my video than I do about your idea of the correct way to animate something.
Yeah.
You know, the correct way.
Yeah, which always depends on the personal preference at the moment. Because you can't even say personal preference because what the person is telling you that you have to do, because that's the way they do it, could change tomorrow when they decide that they want to do it another way. The way they're doing it
Well,
tomorrow is the way to do it. The way they did it yesterday was the way to do it.
I mean, I don't encounter that very much, but I have had people argue and argue and argue and argue and argue to the point where I've said, I'm not arguing about this. In fact, I'm putting it in my opening post. I'm like, look, I have to do it this way for reasons I don't want to argue about. If you
Yeah,
can't handle
yeah.
the way, shut the fuck up. And they don't do it anyway. They try to batter you over the head with the correct way to do shit.
And I
You know,
will
and
say,
like half the time they don't even understand my goals. I'm like, you realize that the advice you just gave me will not result in the imagery I'm trying to produce, right? And they'll double and triple and quadruple down on it.
oh man, and I'll tell you, it seems to me anyway that Unix hacks are 10 times worse than anybody else when it comes to that sort of thing. They have their way, and it's their way or the highway. I don't know if Windows hackers are any better at it or not, but yeah, Unix hackers can be pains in the arse.
All right, I wouldn't know. This is outside my area. I know what Unix is, and that's it.
Yeah, I cover under Unix because Linux is a Unix-like operating system. So I've written for many Unix-like operating systems, so I don't necessarily talk strictly about Linux hacks. I have written for several versions of BSD, for example. Did a lot of cross-platform work years ago, and yeah, you just try to ask a BSD hack how to do something, and you're
Okay.
ooh. Oh, aren't there
Um,
aren't there Windows hackers? No, yeah, you're right, nerdy. You're right. Really.
well, I mean, that's the thing is like Windows is an operating system for the public to use.
Yeah, and it's basically closed to playing around with it. Yeah.
Well, even if it wasn't, the point is like honestly, and maybe this perception is wrong, but it seems to me that a lot of the people who use Linux use it just to be different and for no other reason.
Well, I can tell you that that's not the reason I'm using it, but I don't know whether you'll believe me or not.
I kind of don't actually.
I didn't think so. No, but seriously, it's number one. I don't like the price tag that comes with Windows. I mean, I'm not made of money, okay? And then it's I've been doing this for 21 years.
Well, but see, that's another part of it is sort of stick in the mudness. You know, I mean, I was doing DOS since the 80s, and when Windows came out, I resisted pretty hard because I was like, you know what, I actually like typing in commands. But eventually, there was just no choice. I had to go to Windows if I wanted to do most of what I wanted to do, you know? And it just seems like a lot of the people I know who stick with Linux stick with it because it's what they've always known and because it's different. And it's like, but again, to your own detriment. You know, there's so many things where it's like, well, I want to do this, but Linux won't run it, so I guess I just won't.
Well,
Like, they'd rather not use a program than switch operating systems.
understand that there is actually a Windows 10 partition on my other machine. I do have Windows 10, and I
When
don't
you use
like it. Hmm?
when you use it,
I use it essentially for playing games anymore.
mm,
I mean,
I don't know.
I have Steam
See,
on it and a couple Steam games, and I haven't turned it on since I haven't turned it on since the machine, the disk drive on this machine went tits up. When was that? That I lost my lost the other system. I just got it back, but I mean it was at least 2 or 3 weeks ago.
really,
Um,
I thought you lost it years ago.
oh well, that too. Yeah, I mean I'm just
Mm, gibbity, gibbity, gibbity.
da Prajnia. That's what they say.
That will always be what, like, the sound I associate with people being crazy is gibbity, gibbity, gibbity. I don't know why.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is interesting. Mage Gray Wolf says my dad used Linux because he hated Windows about as much as Kate hates Shatner.
But I don't hate Shatner. Why do I have to keep explaining this to people? I don't hate Shatner. He's evil and must be destroyed, but I don't hate him. Why do people keep mixing that up?
Oh, okay. I need to destroy the dear boy as much as I love him, right?
There's just one of
Oh,
those things that people keep mixing that up. They don't get it. I've said it for like nearly a decade, and no one can digest this.
well, something that makes Mage just mentioned here reminds me of something else closely related. Mage says Win 10 is very invasive. You have to mess with all sorts of settings because it tries to collect all sorts of private information. Yes, and the other thing I don't like and I hate about Windows 10 is it insists on screwing you up when it wants to update. It's going to update no
Mm,
matter what it does to you, no matter what it does to what you're doing. I just don't like that. I mean, you know, Ubuntu over here has an automatic updater, and it'll say, "Hi, we have some stuff we think you'd like. When would you like to install it, if you would like to install it at all?" I kind of like that. And
I
it's like,
mean, yeah, and I am worried that that could screw up a rent, but there's ways around it. There are some fixes to make it so that Windows will not reboot without your explicit consent. There are ways to do that. I think the biggest problem I have with all software these days is that they assume they know better than you do how you want things to work. That there
yes,
are certain functions where you can't say, never do that, or
yeah,
do it this way.
mm-hmm.
But it's not just Windows, it's every goddamn thing. I mean,
Yes, yes, I agree
phones,
with you. Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a pain in the ass. But I mean, again, that's not enough of a concern for me to switch from Windows to something else. Because honestly, those something else's, a lot of the time, it seems like they assume that you know more than you already do about it.
Ah, okay.
You know, like if you're using Linux, you're already a hacker kind of thing.
Yeah, yes, I'll give you that definitely.
I guess what I'm trying to say is a little elitist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
In
No,
fact, that's probably a better way to describe what I meant when I said that a lot of people will stick with Linux because it's kitschy and different, is actually the elitism of I'm a better computer user than the people who use Windows. Simply because I chose this open source alternative operating system. I've met people just like that.
Oh, okay, okay. No, 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 no. I'm not better than anyone else because I chose this open source elitist operating system. I chose this open source elitist operating system because I'm better than everyone else. Okay, the
Mm,
difference is subtle but significant.
mm, except I'm better than everyone else. You're at best sixth banana.
Oh, okay, there we go. Nerdy says his mom prefers Linux because it's easier to use. Um, in certain cases, I find that to be the case. In other cases, it's not quite as easy. I mean, okay, the average person, I can see why the average person wants to run Windows because it will do pretty much everything right out of the box. You don't have any dials to turn, you don't have any switches to throw. Whereas there still are switches to throw and dials to turn to get Linux to do some of the things that licenses won't let them do out of the box. I get it. Um, I'm not going to give anybody a hard time for that. But I mean, I don't do very much of that stuff anyway. I mean, when was the last time I played a DVD on one of these systems? Because there's where I have to turn some dials and throw some switches to get a DVD to, an encrypted DVD to actually play on here. Um,
See, now it's starting to sound to me like this is not an easy operating system by any stretch. I mean, you know, like when your operating system starts fighting with you, when you're trying to do something as basic as run a DVD, it's a bad operating system.
well, it's not crazy. I mean, you remove one, you replace one package with an alternative, and you run one more program, and you're done. The thing is, you have to know what to do, so you have to go looking.
Well, people, see, that's such a pain in the ass just to watch a DVD.
Which it's like I say, I haven't watched a DVD on one of these systems in quite a long time.
Because it's a pain in the ass.
One of the things I was actually thinking of doing, and I don't know if it's worth the space and the money, I was actually thinking of buying a small television and a DVD player so I could watch DVDs more often. But
Your choice of OS has you buying more equipment
well,
because you can't do what you need to do in that OS. Come on.
well, I can actually. It's just, do I want to do it? I have
Yes,
to. I have two screens now, and I could actually do it a lot more easily than I could before I bought that second
still,
monitor.
but still, you have to like jump through so many hoops just to do it because of your choice of operating system. It just seems to me like it's diminishing returns at that point.
And well, Cadence is a good point. Linux is not good for gaming,
Yeah,
mostly because
which I
NVIDIA.
do tons of.
Yeah, mostly because NVIDIA is so close source with its drivers, and no one's been able to successfully reverse engineer. I guess you're saying no one's been able to reverse engineer an NVIDIA card to write a Linux driver, right? Yeah, because I've got an NVIDIA. Well, actually, no. I've got two NVIDIA cards. One in this machine, one in the other one. And yeah, I do have to go out for the proprietary drivers, and I have to install them. I have to know how to install the proprietary driver. It's no big thing. I mean, it's 2.5 minutes, but still.
I'm just saying, it sounds to me like you're using the wrong operating system.
And then there you go.
When you start saying like, oh, I have to do this, that, or the other thing to do this simple task, it seems to me that task ought to be a lot simpler than what you're doing.
Yeah, nerdy, definitely. NVIDIA does not have any open source drivers. So you go to them or you don't go. Yeah.
But aren't there other GPU companies out there besides NVIDIA?
I've had the same problems with all of them so far.
And you're still using Linux.
I mean,
come on.
NVIDIA proprietary drivers. Who's the other one? The other big one is that GeForce? I forget.
Yeah.
They're proprietary, and I have a feeling it's more at the what is the word I'm looking for? The video companies themselves, rather than because try to get an open source driver for Windows, and it's not going to happen. The only reason you can get the drivers anyway, I mean, they have license agreements with Windows, and okay, we'll let you have it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I know a lot of people have this major hard-on for open source, like, oh, don't support the big companies or whatever. And I'm like, is open source really necessarily the best thing in the world?
No, it's not. Open source is not the best thing in the world because it's open source. Many times it's not even the best thing in the world.
Well, here's some people tell it, a program being open source is the best thing ever. It's kind of like being a vegan in the coding world.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, when you've got
that level of fanaticism for open source software.
When you've got majorly sized teams working on something, for example, GCC, the C compiler for Unix systems, they've got this major team working on it, and you've got some really good stuff going on with the compiler. One of the best compilers out there, certainly better than the Microsoft Windows compiler, but if you have one guy working on something, he's not necessarily going to be the best in the business, and you're not necessarily going to get the good updates in a timely manner anyway. So if you've got one person trying to develop video editing software, you're better off to go with the video editing software that's got decent people behind it, whether it be open source, whether it be proprietary.
So in other words, use Windows for video editing and not Linux.
In many cases, I'd say yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I have a shitty little video editor that runs under Linux because I'm not doing the crazy stuff like you're doing. I mean, you are in a higher tier than I am, definitely. I mean,
No, I didn't start that way, right?
Right, but I mean,
far. If you saw some of my high school video projects, you'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
And that's basically the level I'm at right now. I mean, I can splice 2 video clips together, and that's about it.
I don't know. I suppose part of why I look at Linux with such disdain is because I'm a gamer and an artist, and I would find using Linux to accomplish my goals to be more of a handicap than a benefit.
Then go ahead and use the Windows. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
If you're
well, but it sounds to
handicapped,
me like a handicap on your end too, but you're sticking with it anyway.
well, I mean, I really don't play games, and
Well,
I'm
I'm
definitely
confused.
not
Are
an
you
artist.
describing, but the way you described watching a disc, oh, I have to install something to be able to do it, kind of
Takes
stuff. It's like
takes me 5 minutes max.
5 minutes to watch a disc when you could just pop it in and fire up like VLC Media Player or Windows Media Player or anything just to watch the fucker. It's plug and play, where Windows clearly isn't. Or sorry, Linux clearly
It's the
isn't.
I got you. Yeah, I
Yeah,
understood what you were trying to say. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it
Um,
just seems like why go with the more difficult option?
Here we go. Nerdy says use Mac OS X for video editing. Not OS X, actually OS 10. But
I've
which,
never heard anyone not say OS X, frankly.
well, I know an OS X that is not OS 10. It's
Okay,
OS X was IBM's answer to Microsoft Windows years and years ago.
does IBM still exist?
I Well, they still exist as far as I understand, but they're certainly not what they used to be.
Oh, I
Um,
knew that, but I was wondering whether they were in business or not. Like, honestly, I don't care in what capacity. I'm just wondering if they're a dead company, and apparently not.
no, IBM homepage. Let's put smart to work. Um, I, what I'm trying to figure out here, do they do software?
Well, I can't imagine what else they would do. I suppose they could do hardware. But I seem to remember being kind of disappointed when Sega announced they weren't making consoles anymore, just games. I was like, but I liked my Sega systems, darn it. So, yeah, I was a little disappointed by that. But it sounds very similar to what IBM probably did.
Okay, IBM sells IT services, cloud and cognitive offerings, enterprise systems, and software. The global technology services segment is IBM's biggest revenue source, but cloud and cognitive software is the most profitable. Yeah, IBM's big thing was letting themselves get talked into um, letting Gates do the whole software thing. He basically said, "Yeah, you don't make any money on software." He was lying through his teeth, of course, but they liked the idea of staying with the hardware, and they did, and they didn't get where Microsoft got.
I like the idea of creating like a fictional software company for like a story or something and naming the founder of the company Gilbert Bates.
There you go.
I
Um,
wonder how many people would catch on that Gil Bates was,
mm,
like if it came at you cold without the context of our discussion, would you necessarily go Gilbert Bates? Wait a minute, you know?
there you
Wouldn't
are.
it?
Yeah, just don't do the Gil Bates. Just do the full Gilbert
Gilbert
and
Bates.
everything else. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
like in like if we ever meet the Earthling president and vice president or whatever in the Quinn Redshift series I'm making, I want to make them President Dunning and Vice President Kruger, and really stupid people who are running the Earth into the ground or something. And again, see how many people get it. Here's like maybe even introduce them in reverse order. They meet the vice president first. This is Vice President Kruger, and then like a couple of pages later, here's Vice President or here's President Dunning.
yeah,
And see how
there
many,
you are. Who can put two
you
and two
know?
together? And yeah, nerdy is. I mean, that's one of my reasons. It is one of my reasons as far as the price tag. Price is a good reason. Linux is zero. Windows is Jesus, £220. What's that for? Is that for professional enterprise?
I just look at it as a decent return on the investment. I mean, I've never had a computer that didn't last like at least 5 years, if not more. You know, spending $200 for a 5 year use out of something isn't bad at all.
Yeah. Now wait, you build your own, right? Or no?
No, no.
Oh,
Around about when Windows came out, I started kind of not intentionally, but sort of just fell out of understanding hardware. So right now I'm software people, I'm an artist, I don't rock the inner workings. Not anymore, I used to. Or at
okay.
least I
Oh,
used to get it better. Let's put it this way. Everything is the same kind of equipment, but the way it does what it does has changed radically, and I don't know brands anymore. Like someone started throwing CPU or GPU companies at me, I might recognize the name a bit, but I could not tell you anything else about it. Where there's some people who can rattle off specs till the cows come home, you know, and I'm not that person anymore. I used to be. You know, if you'd asked me about processors around about when, say, the first Pentium was new, I could tell you chapter and verse on hardware, but not so much anymore.
oh, okay. And well, there's my thing is okay. You buy a computer, you get the Windows with it, everything's bundled, and you're fine. Um, I've got to spend the extra money because okay, here you're going to jump all over me. Shut up, Clarion. Uh, but I haven't bought a pre-built computer in well over 20 years. I've built my own since the mid 90s. And now I have to buy a Windows in order to put it on the machine. Whereas the Linux, I go to, now it's Ubuntu, it used to be Slackware. Um, Download it, stick it on there and run it. And there I am.
Well, you know, another reason why I don't build my own computers is I'm no good at arts and crafts. You know, the reason I do animation, you can save, and there's an undo button. But you don't have a save or undo with hardware. You know, so if I install something wrong, something gets bent or whatever, you know, if I don't properly ground myself from static electricity or whatever, you know, chances are I'm going to fuck it up in that fashion, and there's no one doing it.
Yeah,
So I
that
have
is a
people
point
who are
there.
better with their hands building my computers.
Yeah, there's a good point there. Um, Now, I haven't fucked up a piece of hardware in a hell of a long time, but it does happen. It can happen. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, you do.
arts and crafts class where we're building like log cabins out of popsicle sticks. And I'm the one who has glue all over my fingers, probably a popsicle stick hanging off of one of them, going, this is going to peel. You know, I never built anything in arts and crafts class that was worth shit. But the first time I touched animation software, I was like, oh, mama, I am home.
Okay, then. Yeah. Nerdy has a good point. Nerdy says you typically save about 40% by building it yourself. I don't save 40%. What I do, I spend the same amount of money to get half again as much computer as I would have got at Best Buy. I mean, I've
Well,
gone pricing. What?
the computer place I go to, you can bring them your own parts and say, put it together for me.
Oh wow! I didn't know anybody would do that.
Sure. I mean,
Okay.
that's why I'm bringing them the second hard drive. They said, totally, just get it off Amazon. We'll put it in there for you.
Oh wow! Yay!
Not
Yeah.
that I
I.
couldn't install a hard drive. That's the easiest thing in the world.
Oh sure it
It's
is.
putting
Yes.
you on there without destroying it and then putting the heat sink on it. That's where I'm like, above my pay grade, you do it.
Yeah. I actually have had problems with CPUs and putting them on and putting the heat sinks on, especially when you had to use a lot of force to do it. The stuff that's out there today, you use a lot less force. You have a little lever on the CPU socket. You flip it up, just drop it in, close the lever, nothing to it. The heat sink goes on. You flip the lever, nothing to it. Used to be, yeah, where you had to set it on there and you had a screwdriver. You had to pushing it down, and if that screwdriver slipped, you were fucked.
What you were saying about installing CPUs and all of that. Now, this is going to seem like it's out of nowhere, but trust me, I'm bringing it back home.
Okay, there.
Back in the late 80s, when the original Nintendo Entertainment System was coming out, and one of the big games was The Legend of Zelda, but they did not know how to market this thing. So the whole commercial campaign were like little shots of the game, and then this guy in a black room dressed completely in a black outfit going, Zelda, 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 like that. And then like they would have him sort of fake reacting to the monsters in the game while they would intersperse clips of them. And he was like, Tektites, Octoroks, And one of the creatures that does not appear to be in the games anymore, then this sort of pisses me off because I want to see them in 3D the way we see Octoroks now, were called levers. Levers! The guy did.
All right.
So every time someone says lever instead of lever, it bothers me.
Oh,
Just saying. And I told you I'd bring it home, you know? Total rabbit hole, and then back to our starting point.
That's one of the many things I got drilled into my head. Just the way I got the pronunciation of the letter I drilled into my head, the one you don't like. Yeah, and this was, back when I was a kid in school in, 1966. It kind of stays with you.
I guess. I don't know, like, when kids in school would say either instead of either, I was like, the fuck you doing? That's not how you pronounce it. It had nothing to do with the teacher's teaching. It was just, oh, fuck. Xander, get down. Xander, down.
What the hell is he doing now?
Down. Oh, fuck me sideways. Give me a sec.
Sure.
Little, like, brazen little piece of shit. Xander, down.
That's his job.
Well, now he's down just as soon as he sees me getting up. Little putz.
Da brojnie. I don't know, kids.
Like, he was next to the cookie jar in which I keep the kibble.
Okay,
on the counter. He knows he's not supposed to be on the counter.
Oh,
like,
my,
he can't open the cookie jar by any stretch. He doesn't have the necessary thumbs. But he also knows he's not supposed to be on the goddamn counter.
There you are. No, I mean, back in school, I had teachers who would spend 15 minutes going on about it's genuine, not genuine.
Well, that's because it is genuine, not genuine.
And then we would get it for all those other words, too. It's like chlorine and not chlorine. It's iodine and not iodine.
Because it is iodine.
That's a sort of a religious take, if you will. Because it is! It's like, come on.
No, I presented you with all kinds of reference for why it's iodine and not iodine. Okay? Every pronunciation site I've found says you're wrong. At some point, the body of evidence should convince you you're not doing it right. After a while.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. I'm just really good at doing it wrong. What can I tell you?
Well, I mean, have you ever presented fact after fact after fact after fact after tangible fact and still have someone going, nah?
Oh, now what's he doing?
He's trying. I don't know what it is. He loves to lick Howie. And I'm like, you realize, like, if you lick his fur off, it's not growing back, right?
There you go. Oh, that's the other
You know,
thing.
now, I don't want him to actually damage Howie, but he keeps trying to get at the guy, you know? And I'm like, no,
I mean,
my Howie.
how long have you had Howie? Over 40 years?
Multiple decades. Multiple decades.
Moo.
I mean, I don't know if my age was still in the single digits when I got Howie, but it was close. Like, I could not have been more than 12.
Okay then.
So I take him to wrapping Howie up in blankets during the day so that Xander can't get at him,
There you go.
which is unfortunate that I have to do that. But I'm assuming he wants to lick Howie for much the same reason he likes to lick me. It probably just tastes like me.
Okay then.
He likes the taste of Kate. A lot of people do. And
Shut
again,
up, Clarion.
In Soviet Russia, pussy licks you.
Daddy's to go.
Am I right?
Uh,
I am. Yes, I am.
but
Oh,
that's
I'm never sure whether he's fighting with me or not. Because, like, okay, I'm rubbing his belly, and he's alternating between licking and chewing on my arm, but he's also kicking with his hind feet like he doesn't want me there. And yet he seems to be having a whale of a time or he'd leave. So I don't know what's up with that. I do have a fair number of kitty slashes on my arms. It probably looks like I'm engaging in self-harm. But I'm totally not. I don't know if you can see that. There's like little scabs here.
let's see. It's
It's
kind
like,
of hard. It's kind of hard with the resolution on this screen you got going
man,
there. I know the
well,
one.
there's slices and dices all over my arms, and Xander's doing. I seriously hope nobody thinks that I've been like taking a knife to myself.
I don't see the point to that, but that's just me. I mean, other people see the point to it, and that's why they do it. Um,
Well, I don't get it either. I don't understand what it's supposed to help. You know, I mean, I've heard that, I mean, I guess it must help someone somehow, but to me, it's just pain.
yeah, and I just don't like pain. Okay.
I mean, I guess in many ways, I'm a very literal person, especially when it comes to things like feelings. You know, like if I'm feeling unwanted, unloved, hated, whatever it is that causes people to cut on themselves, my idea is now let's make this better by filling my life with positive stuff. Part of me says, therefore, I will cut myself. And the logic behind it boggles me. And maybe there is no logic behind it, maybe it's purely emotional. But even so, just the motivation boggles me. Now, I'm not ripping on anyone for doing it. I want to understand. I just
Mm,
don't. I don't get it. I don't grok. It makes no sense to me. You know, I mean, if that's your thing, I guess go for it. Just don't like damage yourself permanently. I'd rather people found help, but I don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound condescending. You know, find real help. That just sounds obnoxious. But
it is
oh,
obnoxious, but that's an entirely different show.
honestly, it'd be nice if there was a less destructive alternative. That's all I'm saying.
Mm, I don't know. I mean, when the time comes to shuffle off this mortal coil, I would much rather do QCPR than something else, which is quick, clean, painless, and reliable. Especially painless and especially reliable, but it's another story entirely. It's
Yeah,
show all of its
I
own.
saw an article. I don't know if it's bullshit, but in some Middle European country or something, or it might have been Scandinavia. I don't remember. Or one of those places. They now have not just legal suicide, but actual, honest to goodness, suicide booths, where basically you climb in and you can put on music or a movie or whatever, and over a course of about a half hour, this poison gas slowly puts you to sleep and then kills you. And you have to get like all kinds of multiple psychologist notes to be able to do it. But They have now like assisted self-suicide. I mean, you press the button that releases the gas. It's not anyone else doing it to you, so it's completely your choice. But if you decide it's time to end it, apparently they have legalized it.
Where is this place? Anyway,
Yeah, I don't think you would get the doctor's notes you need, frankly.
this is the whole thing about this country, the U.S., and I guess a lot of other places too. Where as soon as you begin to speak the word suicide is, and what you hear all the time is, it's never the answer. It's never the answer. In other words, they want you to suffer as much as possible.
No, 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 no. They want to keep you around as much as
Oh,
possible.
so they're selfish.
The
Okay.
suffering is a byproduct. You
It's,
know, I mean, let's put it this way. Do you think any of them would want, like, if they were given the opportunity to end your suffering and keep you alive, do you think they wouldn't take it because they want you to suffer?
okay, now end the suffering and keep me alive. Hey, I'm aboard. I like that. I like that idea.
Well,
Definitely.
obviously, those other people, their first priority is keeping you alive.
But this is the thing. If it's one or the other, I will take end the suffering.
Yeah, but, let's face it. There are a lot of people I wish were still around. Some of them committed suicide, some of them just died. And I would rather have them around if I could still, because I enjoyed their presence in my world. You see?
Yeah, the question I've got is how did they feel about the whole thing? Not necessarily about you, but how did they feel about remaining alive and going through what they were going through?
I mean, empathizing with someone who wants to off themselves, not easy to do.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Definitely not. I get that. Um, because I do understand that it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's got to be kind of drastic to have the thought of suicide foremost in your mind.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, most of the time, I'm like, suicide? Nah, let's kill everybody else instead.
Hey, that sounds like a great idea. I like that.
It's like, well, that person's a thorn in my side. I'll be better off without them in my life. Yeah, why not? How much does an assassin cost?
Probably more than either of us can afford.
But, I mean, it's like suicide, ending it all. I have to say, I kind of like consciousness. It may, in fact, be my favorite thing. I like being alive.
Well, that's an interesting thing that you mentioned. There are times I find myself wondering. Okay, let's remember I'm no spring chicken. Okay, so there's more life behind me than ahead of me, and I'm thinking, what's it going to be like to be dead? And I've got to say, wait a minute, Clarion. There's going to be no you to appreciate anything. What are you thinking that?
Well, contemplating the idea of not existing, of not even being zero or negative, but rather no, is I don't really want it. I find myself not ready yet. There's so many things I still want to do that, for all I know, may one day still be possible, and I want to be here for them. I mean, hell, what if Quinn Redshift leads me to bigger and better places? What if, as a result of finishing that product and showing it to the public, I end up getting a big budget film to direct? What if? I don't want to check out before I find out.
Okay.
I mean, like, I think I've mentioned it before, although maybe not in this live stream. One of my favorite sci-fi series has a part where one of the main characters gets very, 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 very killed, as in needle grenade goes off in the chest, killed. And right before he dies, his final thought is, "Wait, I haven't," and that's it. That was his very last thought: is, "Wait, I haven't." And that's kind of where I'm at. Is if I see my death coming, my first thought, or possibly my second, will be, "God damn it, I wanted to do," and then, you know.
Mm.
And so that's where the fear of death comes from with me. Aside from the manner of death, the method of getting dead, which could really, really suck, in fact, most of the methods do, is just the missed opportunities. That's the part that will stress me the most about death.
Okay, because I mean, number one in my mind is the manner. Well, I think Aaron put it well as well. He and I are of the same mind. I don't mind much the idea of being dead. It's getting that way that I have the problem with.
Well, I mean, we all say that. Those of us who don't believe in God, anyway, we all say that. But still, I mean, what's the point of being alive if you're not having fun? You know?
My point exactly.
But the thing is, there is so much fun to be had out there. So much. And there's even so much fun to be had in here. I mean, hell, just go trawling around the internet. You'll find something to do. In fact, along those lines, and actually, I think my trial lesson is happening today. I signed up for an online one on one foreign language instruction. I'm finally going to get my ass fluent in Japanish,
Oh, yay.
right? Because, like, I can't go out because of the pandemic. What else am I going to do? You know, I mean, like, I can't really reliably, safely go to the rollerblading bike path. You know, it's not like I can go out and join a dojo or actually train in lightsaber fighting. So, what else is there for me to do? I'm going to learn a language.
Oh,
Yeah,
learn
I'm going to
several.
finally be able to watch anime without subtitles.
There you go. Oh man, that would be fun actually, because I've got some non-subtitled, non-subtitled and non-dubbed Inuyasha lying around here, or laying around here somewhere. The first,
Rumiko Takahashi.
say again, huh?
Rumiko Takahashi.
Yeah. Um, I'm trying to remember if it's the first dozen episodes or so, yeah, that I've got laying around here, and it's just interesting stuff. I'd really like to know the nuance because I'm assuming that it does not translate exactly
Never heard of.
from
Is what
Japanish to English.
you can only watch it with subtitles. There is no dub version. And most of the time, when I have media on, it's usually to distract the brain monkeys so I can actually concentrate on whatever the hell it is I'm actually doing. And so, if there isn't a dub version, I really can't watch it.
Okay, then.
But if I learn to speak Japanish, now I'll be able to.
Yeah, because one of the things I noticed, for example, is one of the films is Das Boot. Um,
Japanese.
no, that's not Japanese. No, that's German. And
Yeah.
watching it in German, you get so much more than you do with the English translation. That or Untergang, downfall. That's another one. Or
The
is
funny thing, though, have you seen the porn version?
oh no.
Das Booty.
Okay. Das te betrondo.
Come on.
Wah, wah, wah,
So,
wah.
I think there was a show called Das Booty Call, but anyway.
Oh my. I
Uh,
actually kind of miss that sort of thing. I used to see some of the titles up for offer. What?
oh, some of the titles were brilliant.
Yes, absolutely. Um,
You know, my it has to be Edward Penis Hands.
Yeah.
I mean, I never watched it, but when I saw the cover, I was like, "You have got to be fucking kidding me!" And that was actually one of the jobs nobody wanted at the video store was restocking the porn. Nobody enjoyed restocking the porn.
Well, that was because of how sticky the cases were, right?
Actually, no, because the system we used, like most of the videos, what we had done was taken the video box, cut it up, and then put it inside these plastic cases. So when you would take the video off the shelf, it was already in its own case. You know, but with the porn, we had binders, and the boxes for the porn had been flattened. And I don't know why, but porn boxes tend to be huge. They're like instead of the size of the video cassette. And I
Yeah.
realized that up there, probably Stool, if he's in the chat, has just been very amused by porn boxes. But that they were in binders and like plastic pages, and each page had a little envelope for the tag that you would take out and bring to the front, and then we would go behind the counter and get the porn for you, right? So the cases weren't so sticky. It was just, you'd have to flip through all of the porn to find the place where you put that tag when you're putting it back. Nobody enjoyed that.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, by the way, if it ever looks like my picture's jiggling about, it's not me doing hand stuff. It's me twitching my feet because I, am having some like need to do stuff. Like that's one thing is I'm actually thinking about trying to get an official diagnosis for possible Asperger's.
I saw that. I saw that. Yes.
But someone told me that the symptoms of ADHD can sometimes be mistaken, and vice versa. Now, I've been told I have ADHD, but I've been watching these videos of people who are Aspies and people with ADHD. I'm thinking it's not ADHD.
Okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure, like someone on Facebook, when I was going through the list of symptoms and describing myself with regard to those symptoms, a couple of people were like, "You just described an Aspie to a T." Okay, I guess maybe I am. But I want an official diagnosis so I can finally know. Like it's one thing to look at a bunch of symptoms on the internet and just sort of engage in what might turn out to be confirmation bias while you're looking at them.
Okay.
So I'm thinking
Okay.
official diagnosis would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
If nothing else, peace of mind. Finally knowing why I'm so fucked up.
Excuse me. That goes a lot further than a lot of people think. Yeah, it's like, even if it's a case of I can't do shit about it, but at least I know why.
Well, it's kind of like being patient. Is if I know what the delay is, what caused the delay, and for how long, I can be the most patient person in the world. But if I'm operating in a complete information blackout, you will find me starting to freak the fuck out through impatience.
Yes,
Just because we're out of
absolutely.
information. It's like it was so much easier to wait for Christmas because I knew when I was going to open the presents than it was waiting for my dad to finish using the can before we went out because he would not tell me 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes, anything. I had no idea. I was like, should I sit down and start reading a book? Or can I just pace for 30 seconds and you'll be done? And he wouldn't tell me, and it turned into a fight, right?
Okay,
Where,
then.
it's December 1st. I'm looking forward to getting down to that tree and opening the loot. And I know when I get to open the loot and why I have to wait most of a month to do it. All of a sudden, I am a rock. I am Captain Patience. And the whole difference was information flow.
Yeah. Well, there's my thing. I cannot stand not knowing. I mean, pretty much anything. It's like I need to know at
Yeah,
least some idea.
Like when there's a completely irrelevant fact to a story I'm telling you, and I happen to not know the answer, and neither do you, you're always looking it up, even when I say not important, not relevant to the story. You're
Yeah,
still
I
looking.
am. I'm still looking, and yeah, it's because I'd like to know. Um,
And I like along similar lines, I guess. I enjoy looking at the inner workings of fictional worlds. You know, what are the rules that the author made up? And are they consistent within the world? And if they're not consistent, is there a logic behind it, or is it just sloppy writing?
Moo.
You know? So I enjoy that far more than looking at the real world, because honestly, the real world is so goddamn mundane by comparison.
I guess it depends on what sections of the real world or how deeply you look into the real world.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
No, no. Honestly, the Force is a million times more interesting than any bit of physics this world can throw at you.
Okay, because there's what I was thinking. It's like the whole wave particle duality, for example, or the quantum entanglement and stuff like that. That's seriously fun, as far as I'm
But you know what
thinking.
you can't do with it? You can't lift a spaceship with your mind.
Yeah, and I deal with that.
You know, I mean, to me, having superpowers so much sexier than learning about quantum field gravity. Oh, please. You know, in Superman, a man can fly under his own power. Oh, I'll take the Rocketeer where you're flying with a jetpack, although I want to know how the backs of his legs don't get toasted. Regardless, that
Yes.
is so much cooler than anything real science has ever done. You know, I mean, hell, going to the moon, big whoop. Let me know when you go to another star. And when you can do it in less time than it would actually take if you're obeying the laws of like, you know, the speed of light, for fuck's sake. When you can break the speed of light barrier, and I don't care if it's hyperspace, falling space, warp, whatever, I don't care. When you can get to another star in less than a week, that's fucking awesome. So much cooler than going to the moon.
Okay.
You know? I mean, let's put it this way. If you were given the chance to go on exactly the same mission to the moon that they did back in, what was it, 69? And the other choice is to get on the Enterprise and go to Alpha Centauri and have a look at that bad boy. Which one you choosing?
Well, I wouldn't mind having a look at Alpha
No, no,
Centauri.
no, no. One to your head, pick one.
Yeah, I mean, no, I wouldn't mind having a look at the Alpha Centauri system if there is a system to look at. Um, and I don't know if Alpha Centauri has planetary system about it, but I mean,
Well,
it
I'm
would
not
be
asking
interesting to look at either
you.
way. But I mean, we already know what the
So,
moon looks like.
so you're picking Enterprise then.
Oh yeah,
Okay, far more
were it
definite.
possible, yeah.
Okay. See, and that's why I prefer my fictional worlds to the real world, because the real world has lots of inconvenient nuts and bolts, where a fictional world just bypasses all of that and says, yeah, we can do it. And that's it. You know, some scientist somewhere figured out how to have a, you know, quantum drive on a spaceship that gets you to like Zeta Reticuli as easily as you can get to the grocers, you know? And that's so much cooler. So much cooler. The young girl gets the power to slay vampires. Awesome. You know? Give me that. What would the real world be like if it was closer to the fiction I loved? Oh, I want to live in that world.
Well, I mean, if you want a fictional world, you could become a Christian.
Okay, Yeah, but unless that ends up looking like Good Omens, I'm not interested.
Okay.
Have you read or watched Good Omens?
It doesn't sound familiar-ish.
Terry Pratchett, Neil Gaiman. It's basically, what if there was a mix-up at the nursery, and the Antichrist went to like this nice little British family instead of the first family of the U.S.
All right then.
So basically, like the Antichrist is not raised as the Antichrist, has no idea that's what he is. And he's just a nice little boy living in like rural England. Well, maybe not rural, but it's pastoral. No, no, this one. It's not exactly the suburbs, but it's not farmland either. I don't know what to call that.
I don't know what's going through my mind is I forget what the ram's name is, but the Monty Python skit where the ram is teaching the sheep to fly.
Oh, that. No, it's nothing like that. It looked a lot closer. Have you ever seen The World's End?
Uh-uh.
Okay. Have you ever seen Hot Fuzz?
No, that doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm. I'm trying to think of what to call an English country village that's not a farming town.
Oh
Trying
my!
to think of other examples, because Fawlty Towers, you only ever see their buildings, so I don't know what the surrounding countryside is like.
I'm trying.
Uh,
I'm trying to think of the show. Oh my! Yeah, it ran for 30 years or something like that. With oh man, I
okay, details. What are we looking for here? What was the show about? I don't.
several older gentlemen and their misadventures.
Was it British?
Yes.
Older channel. The only show I know that even comes close is Father Ted.
Um. Okay. Wait a minute. Maybe I'll find it here. Like 25 best British comedy shows.
Was there anything special about these gentlemen, like any identifying characteristics?
I can't think of any offhand. It's just yeah. There's. I'm going past here and I'm seeing titles, and I need to see if I can find Start streaming.
Were we not streaming?
No, I had stopped it for a second. Okay. All right. Let's see if we've got it now. We've got this going, and do we have your audio?
As far as I know.
Yep. Okay.
But wouldn't stopping the stream mean that we'd only start up a second stream?
Wait a minute. Yeah, there be some, yeah, there we go. I had to restart OBS, but now we're no, okay. So now I think I have in my God damn it! Come on, take the size of this screen back to normal. Okay. Now I think I know how to do this. If ever it happens again, I am told. I don't know if this is the case or not, but I am told that it's a bandwidth issue, which means that it could be happening no matter where I am. But we're back, and then.
So again, my question: you said you stopped the stream. Doesn't that mean we're starting?
No,
the
I
second
didn't.
one?
No. Okay. I did not turn off the streaming. If I said that, I didn't. I said it wrong. I turned off the OBS and turned it back on.
Ow, ow, Xander, that hurt.
So, we should be all okay. Where is my cursor? There's my cursor.
Fuck, shit, bastard. Your cursor is right here.
Yay! So yeah, what I might have to do is get a fatter pipe, and I really don't want to do that, but I guess I may have to. I'm just going to have to wait until I find out.
Well, you could decide the bells and whistles aren't worth it, because let's face it, every week we have some OBS-related problem.
Actually, we don't, but that's beside the point.
Well, it seems like it.
Oh my. Okay, there we are. Yeah, I mean, until I'm gonna have to wait until I know how long I get to stick around. And if I get to stick around for a while, I might have to investigate a fatter pipe.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of stuff breaking, so on me, not only on this stuff.
Zenda's looking at this thing like, should I chase it? Should I chase it?
Of course you should. Oh. Yep, absolutely. You need to chase. Chase.
His
As
decisions, I'm going to let it come to me.
Well, look at it this way. I mean, Xander could chase. He could Sanborn.
What?
Xander could chase. He could also Sanborn. Then, of course, he could Manhattan.
Sanborn?
It's a brand of coffee that probably doesn't exist anymore. Chase and Sanborn.
Yeah, making references to coffee that doesn't exist is probably going to fall flat.
I don't know. I can't remember if it exists anymore. I used to buy this stuff not that long ago.
Part of it is the problem. So,
Oh, here we go. Paraquecinta.
What's my complete bogglement as to what it was?
Oh, Chase and Sanborn Coffee is an American coffee brand created by the Coffee Roasting and Tea and Coffee Importing Company of the same name, established in 1862 in Boston, Massachusetts, by Caleb Chase and James Solomon Sanborn. So I guess it's still out there. It depends on where you are.
So if you made reference to like banks, I would have gotten it because Chase Manhattan Bank.
Well, that was the one that came later. Yeah, I did say something about Chase Manhattan, but
right. But I was trying to cram Manhattan into the whole like Sanborn thing, and I was really confused.
Oh, look. Hills Brothers. I haven't seen Hills Brothers in, and it is a maker of packaged coffee in San Francisco. What do you know? I hadn't seen a
Well,
can of Hills Brothers in ages.
I think I could pick the can out of a lineup if I had to. Isn't that like red and it's got some dude in a yellow raincoat or something on it?
Sure does.
Yeah, I remember those. One thing is funny, I was actually watching the final season of The Big Bang Theory yesterday, and I noticed that on the refrigerator is a magnet for Cabot, which I have not seen. It's a Vermont company. They do like mostly dairy products. And I was like, what the hell is this doing on a refrigerator of a bunch of people from Pasadena?
Okay.
It just seems so random. But I'm like looking at the refrigerator while the characters are doing shit. And I'm like, I know that logo. There's a Vermont company. They just with the thing. I don't know. It was a detail that made me go, oh,
Now,
actually, it's noticing little details like that that is a symptom of Asperger's. So I'm like, I do that all the time. I mean, I'm noticing license plates everywhere. I'm noticing puns and palindromes and spoonerisms everywhere that most people don't get. Every time I'm watching a TV show, I notice if a character's left-handed. And have you ever noticed just how many fucking people have blue eyes in Hollywood? It's very frustrating. It's like you cannot get anywhere in Hollywood unless your eyes are a very specific color. What's up with that? Like the only time you see brown eyes are on people who have ethnicity that they where you can't avoid it.
yeah, I
It's
don't
weird.
know. I mean, is it like baseball where there's this premium on left-handed pitchers? You know, so there's a premium on blue-eyed actors, and I don't know.
Well, it's I think it's just people associate blue eyes with certain traits or something. I don't know, like, or maybe it's just because they're so unique because of the genetic, like they're it's not a dominant trait, and so they're more rare.
Okay, then.
So it might just be value from rarity. I don't know. But whatever the reason, like it seems a disproportionate number of actors in Hollywood have blue eyes if they're able to, just genetically speaking. Like I could never have blue eyes because of so much of my ancestry comes from like Africa and Eastern Europe and all of that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I could not have blue eyes. But you get some Caucasian fucker, chances are, if they're in Hollywood, they have blue eyes or wear blue contacts to make it look like they do. Because there are a number of actors out there who wear blue contacts.
I was going to say, I wonder how many of the actor type peoples have the blue contacts, and I wonder what kind of eyes you have to have in order for the blue contacts to be effective. That's the other
I
thing.
don't know. Because I don't know, do they actually just tint your eyes? Is it a whole like eye design that's on top of the lens? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I really. And
Like if you watch characters playing demons and aliens, the contacts they put on to have red eyes are very obvious. But when it's like a natural color, it's less so.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
But I don't just mean that it's obvious. Hey, look, colored contacts. It's more a matter of you can like it looks less like a real eye. Usually it's like a solid red or yellow or whatever color. It doesn't have all the weird twists and folds and veins and whatever the hell else it is on your pupils.
yeah, moo.
So, I mean, that makes it easier to spot. But when it's a much more natural color, all of a sudden it's like, I can't tell if that's fake.
Okay.
I've seen people with eyes that are so impossibly blue that I doubt that they can be real. But then again, I don't know.
Yeah, I do not knowing. I have seen one or two pairs of really, 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 really blue eyes, and you wonder how that works. The other
Mm,
thing I've seen, and I don't see too often, actually gray eyes.
mm. Well, green is pretty uncommon too.
Yeah, I mean, I've only known two people with gray eyes. And talk about eyes that are just made for tinted contacts.
Mm. But yeah, I mean, little details like that, noticing things that other people take for granted, is apparently a very Aspie trait.
Okay,
Anyway,
then.
I was watching Cobra Kai the other day, and wow, did I binge watch the fuck out of that series. But in like episode 2 or 3, Daniel LaRusso is like polishing his car or something, and I happen to notice that the license plate is 2GAT123, which is the 555 telephone number of license plates in Hollywood.
Ah,
You
okay,
know, if
yes.
you want a fakey fake license plate, that's the number to put on there.
Yes, I remember you talking about that one, and that is the license that you have on the Ferrari, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And there are a number of websites with like tests. Click this to find out if you have Asperger's or whatever autism. And one of them specifically cited license plates as something someone might notice. And I was like, well, fuck, that's on the nose, isn't it? So maybe like having like the sort of hobby of license plates for me is one of the things that made me suspect I should get tested.
Okay, then.
You know,
The Prosnia.
like whenever I go out, I play spot the Washington license plate because so many people from Washington State seem to have ended up in San Diego.
Okay, okay.
Like, seriously, if you go for a 10-minute walk anywhere in San Diego, you will spot at least one Washington State license plate.
All right, then.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of a
uh,
drive, but you know, what the heck?
or little other things. Like I'm starting to suspect that because the first digit of every license plate, or the first character of every license plate in California, is a digit. And most of them are around, like they're probably between 6 and 8. I've been trying to spot a 9 or a 0 because I suspect that the year the plate was issued is like the last digit of the year it was issued is the first character of the license plate. Like most cars were probably purchased and thus licensed in 2017, and that's why so many license plates have a 7 on them in San Diego, like as their
Oh,
first character.
okay. So they would go by the year the car was built.
No, the
No.
year the license plate was issued.
Okay, so
If
you
it's a used car, but someone bought it used, and they had to get their own license plate, the license plate will reflect the year they got the license plate.
okay, wait a minute now. So the license plate stays with the car until the car dies.
No, 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 no. Someone buys a used car and it doesn't have a license plate on it, or maybe it has an old license plate on it. They go to the DMV to register the car and they give you new plates. The plates will say this year.
Now, that car that you bought in 2003,
Mm-hmm.
um, the license plate on that car that you're still driving today because you managed to keep it running is
Should
going
start
to.
on the license plate.
Okay, so you get the one license plate and it stays on the car forever until you sell it to somebody else. Ah,
Yes.
okay, gotcha,
Does it
gotcha.
not work that way where you are? Do you have to get a new plate every couple of years?
I forget how many years it is, but every few years you get a new plate, as far as I remember. And in
Oh,
the interim years, you get the stickers.
okay. But I mean, even if you get issued a new license plate at some point, the first digit will reflect the year you got the plate.
Move beef.
Yes. So, but I keep looking for a 9 or a 0. It'd have to be on a pretty new car, but I haven't seen one yet.
Okay, then. Okay.
One, I'll probably post about it. No one will care, but you know, but it's little details like that most people wouldn't. It wouldn't even occur to them to try to look for it. You know, but I'm constantly looking for patterns in things. It's probably one of the reasons why I pun so much.
Hmm.
The weird thing is, on all of those tests, they were so math focused. You know, were you amazing in math? None of them ask, do you have a weird interest in linguistics? You know, does vocab matter to you a lot? Does pronunciation matter to you a lot? They don't get into that. You know, there was no, do you have strong opinions on Oxford commas? It was all math, math. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that not everyone who is like autistic turns into fucking Bobby Fischer with chess, or you know, whoever else might be autistic with science. Some of us become artists, damn you.
There you are.
You know? Of course, I'm saying us. I still don't have an official diagnosis. I want one. I don't know if I'll be able to get one before the pandemic ends. Like, can they evaluate you online?
I don't know. I really don't. And I suppose that even if it could be done, I'm thinking that somebody might prefer an in-person interview because there may or may not be some subtle clues that you just don't get through Zoom.
Hmm. Well, I'm telling you right now, one thing I'm doing is not even looking at the camera or at you or anything else. I have had a difficult time making eye contact with people. I've actually had to force myself when I'm talking to look people in the eyes. And a lot of times my vision will drift and I don't realize, and I realize when I realize it, I'm going, you know what? I'm going to wait for a dramatic moment, whatever I'm saying, and snap my eyes back to them because, you know, maybe that'll have better impact. But a lot of the time I'm talking to someone and they'll just sort of, you know, if there's something else to pay attention to. And apparently that's a trait as well. So
Okay, then.
at first I didn't realize I was doing it. Like a friend of mine asked me, because she deals with, you know, special needs kids. She's like, do you do that? I'm like, I don't think I do. And then I really thought about it and I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I do, don't I? So
Okay,
I don't know.
then. And then that's the interesting thing, you with the visual drift, and then I think I've mentioned this previously. Um, my most recent ex used to give me all sorts of shit. I'm the one who has to look at you when I'm speaking to
Hmm.
you. And said, you could just say it over your shoulder. I said, no, I can't.
Okay. I don't know. Um, One thing I find difficult to handle is when people give ambiguous answers to questions that have a definite, like, yes, no, this or that, either or kind of answer. Like,
Oh,
that's the
I've
only part.
I've never noticed that.
No, never. Like, okay, I don't know if I told you this story, if I told my parents this story, but a while back, I was traveling, flying, and there was like a storm or something, but for some reason, a lot of flights needed to be like multiple people booked, you know, because like people had canceled flights and need to get where they were going. And so when I got my boarding pass for the flight where I had booked a very specific seat, it had no seat number on it. And so I go up to the counter and I say to them, what's my seat number? And they said, don't worry, everyone has a seat on the plane. You won't be bumped. I'm like, yeah, but what's my seat number? And they just kept repeating the, don't worry, you will have a seat on this plane. And to this day, I regret not saying, you see that pencil or that pen and that piece of paper? Write down my seat number for me, because I just could not handle the ambiguity, especially since what they ended up doing was sticking me in the back of the plane and not in an aisle seat, where I like to be at the front of the plane and in an aisle seat because it's easier to get the fuck off of it instead of waiting for every clumsy motherfucker to get the rolly bags, you
Okay,
know, and all of
okay.
that. But one woman made a serious fuss where she was like getting out of the middle seat or whatever, and I just had my backpack, no rolly bag, and I could have slipped past her in half a second. And she got so pissed that I didn't wait for her to get her bag out when I could have slipped past her in no time flat. She was pissed, you know. But regardless, the point is that that kind of ambiguity, like if someone, if I'm asking someone a question, I really want the answer to it, and their reply is, yeah, 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 but what about this other thing? I'm going to stop them and make them be explicit so that I'm not left with an information blackout where I don't know what they meant.
Mm.
Were they actually agreeing or were they just dismissing me? Did they want me to shut up or was that a real answer? I don't know. But the quickest way to shut me up is to make sure that the answer is clear and unambiguous.
Well, how was it that you got into a seat? I mean, did the flight person take you to this thing and say, okay, there's where you're sitting?
No, no, no. Eventually, when we're boarding the plane, they gave us our seat assignments, but not until we were actually lined up and getting on the plane.
Okay, then that's. I guess what? I guess maybe yeah. Okay, you're in the line. They're seating you on the fly or some shit. It's the only thing I can think of.
They handed us our boarding passes as we're getting on the plane. I don't know exactly what system they used to decide who went where. I don't know. I just know they handed me a boarding pass. So it wasn't like someone was going, you sit here, like a freaking stewardess was telling us where to sit.
Okay,
They,
okay.
they you know, we got a computer printout and everything. But I think they just didn't tell us what our seat numbers were because they didn't want anyone to bitch because they had been moved somewhere they didn't want to be.
Gee, I can't think of who would have done that.
But to this day, I regret not like holding their feet to the fire and saying, write down my seat number for me. You know?
Yeah, I wonder.
Because,
I wonder if they knew.
well, to be perfectly honest, I might have gone full on Karen on them if they hadn't done it. But, if they'd refused to be explicit, I might have been like, I might have made a scene
Well,
because I don't like being jerked around. So that would be the difference between being me and being a Karen. Is like Karen bitches because she feels privileged. I would have bitched because they were dicking me around.
okay
You
then.
know,
Moo.
so like if they provided the information, I might have been cranky. I might have like argued a little, but I also probably would have gone away. Like just accepted my lot in life. It was the fact that they were trying to hide what was going on that pissed me off.
Okay, yeah.
And of course, the seat they gave me was definitely not a seat I wanted to sit in.
Oh,
You can book your specific seat when you buy your ticket, and if they're not giving me that seat when that's what they offered, well, that's kind of their fault, not mine.
okay. There's another reason I don't think I want to fly anymore. Um,
Oh, a very special set of circumstances. A whole lot of things had to go wrong for that to happen.
Move beef.
I mean, flying when it's not a giant snowstorm, much easier.
Ah, I don't know. I just kind of wish, and well, nobody's going to give me a license to fly anyway, so I'm not going to worry about that. But it would really be kind of nice if I wanted to go somewhere. If I could afford everything and the whole bit. I have one of the ammunition bays in the wing of the P-51 outfitted for luggage. And I get in there at the stick and rudder, and I do the flying from where I am to where I'm going.
I don't know. It's silly to me. I would rig up those gun placements for paintballs.
Well, I can't think of anywhere else that I could put the luggage in a P-51. I mean, that's a single seater.
Hmm.
Um,
Well, it teaches me, but you're probably not supposed to bring luggage on one of those. I don't know what the range is. What's the like fuel range? How far can it go?
oh,
In
Yeah, I can't remember. I know that it could go from southern England to Berlin with drop tanks, but I cannot remember what its range without the drop tanks was.
Well, okay, given that I don't know how many miles that is, let's try this again. I need a number.
I'll get you one in a half a second.
I'm way.
Okay, P-51D range. Ah, oh, look at that. Okay, the range of a P-51D is just feet short of 1,000 miles.
So you're not getting across the country in one of those bad boys.
Not as is. No, you'd want to carry drop. If you could carry drop tanks that would carry enough fuel. Yeah. No, you'd have to make a couple refueling stops.
Yeah, now let's see here. By comparison, well, the F-14 can make it about 1,841 miles. I'd rather do the F-14, frankly. It'll get me there faster and with fewer stops. Also, it looks absolutely badass. I love the look of the F-14, especially the twin tail fins. I love that.
Oh, okay, okay. Mm-hmm.
The F-14 is just a very beautiful, visually speaking, design.
It is a nice design. I do like that. Yes. Oh, Here's one for you. You can get 1,300 miles out of a P-38.
Remind me, that's light, right?
That's a Lightning. Yeah, the original Lightning.
Well, I didn't know there was more than one. I was just pretty sure that that was the Lightning.
Yeah, there's the let's see,
Well, it's weird that
the
that's
Lightning 2 is.
I can name the nicknames of planes like that. I don't know why. I never spent time memorizing them. I just sort of stuck where, like, I'm in the supermarket and did I need cereal or not does not stick.
Okay, yeah, I know that feeling. The Lightning 2 is the F-35.
Hmm.
It
Okay.
it has a sort of F-14-ish profile, but the wings are a bit shorter and they're fixed. It doesn't have variable geometry.
Did the original P-38?
The original P-38, no, that was a twin boom.
I didn't figure, so I wasn't sure why it was notable if the wings were fixed. Unless it was in contrast to something else.
In contrast to the F-14, the F-14 had the straight out for subsonic and then fold them back for supersonic.
So my question is, how many jets, planes, whatever, didn't have fixed wings?
Gee, I don't know.
Because the only ones I can think of are those really funky ones where the wings fold up. I think that was the Intruder. I'm not sure.
Okay, well that whole thing was just for storage.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to think of. That's why I said it's the only other example I can think of.
Yeah, because the F-14, you could change the geometry of the wings in flight, whereas
Yes.
the A6, you folded those wings up on the carrier deck such that you could stick it in the hangar deck.
Yeah, but I mean, I was just saying, I'm not talking about the function of the folding up. I'm just saying it's the only planes I can think of that where the wings do anything other than stick out.
Mm-hmm. And quite a few prop planes had the fold them up wings as well. Um, yeah, I've had a few P-38s in my time, the can openers.
Oh, I'm looking at pictures here. I was totally right. It is the Intruder that does that.
Yeah,
Why do I retain this?
yeah. You seem to have a mind for useless trivia, which I mean that is an art.
Yeah, but it's also useless. I mean, unless I'm ever on a quiz show and it happens to be about topics I care about.
Okay, now there's the Mirage G had folding swept wings as well. Okay, French jet.
Hmm. That was kind of disappointed me a little that, but I don't know if it's completely unarmed, but the SR-71, I don't think it has any weapons at all.
No weapons at all. Nope.
Yeah,
It,
that kind of always disappointed me a little, because that looks like the goth death metal of airplanes, and it seems to me like it ought to be able to drop hellish death on the enemy.
well, the problem there is that the weight that would have been given to weapons was given to photo optics on the SR-71. I mean, that was a
Spy
reconnaissance aircraft.
Yeah, it's a spy plane, but that doesn't change the fact that its design looks like it ought to be a badass.
Mm-hmm.
Just perfectly visually, that looks like a plane to be scared of. I mean, for starters, most of them are just like dark ass black, you
right,
know?
right.
But also, like, it has a very menacing look to it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely one of the two. Um,
You know, like the stealth bomber, only longer, you
oh,
know?
okay. You're it's sort of like the B1 is what you're saying, or are you
I
talking
think
about? Are you talking about the B2
I don't think I'm talking about that either. I said, uh,
stealth bomber?
yeah, but isn't the B1 like a prop plane?
Oh, they started reusing the numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean there was a B1 prop plane, but now there's a B1 jet, and yeah, that's not stealth, is it? The B2
Well, I
is.
think I'm thinking of the B2. It's that sort of swept wing design.
Well, the F2, the B2 is the flying wing. Yeah, it's nothing but wing.
The stealth bomber,
Yeah,
though, is the point.
yeah,
It's that has a very menacing look too when it's painted all black. I mean, part of it is just how pointy it is. It's points all over this plane,
yeah, and that's just to scatter the radar.
and it
Yeah,
vaguely looks like a stingray of some sort.
yes, Lancer, that's it. Balacobasto.
So, I mean, like I say, it has that sort of evil look to it, the same way that the SR-71 does.
Yeah, it might have a lot to do with the color.
Hmm. But I think a lot of it also just, like I say, it has to do with the fact that it is pointy as hell. It looks like something out of Halloween.
Because I'm trying to think of. I'm gonna find it. The Northrop Flying Wing, and let's hope that they've got. Okay, they've got everything going on. Okay, yeah. If you put the B2 next to the YB-49, I wonder which looks more menacing.
The what now? YB-49?
Yeah, that was the original Northrop Flying Wing.
Eh. Um, but I mean, like, I figure, uh, if you're going to be any number, I suppose, the square of 7 is a decent one. So YB-49?
Yeah, that's a good reason. Yep.
Yeah, this does not look menacing at all. It's propellers and it's silver. That's not menacing.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if part of it is, part of it's the paint job.
Well, but this flying wing also doesn't have the points all over it. It doesn't like the back end of it looks like just a series of triangles on the stealth bomber. This flying wing, it's just too sleek to look menacing. It looks fast. It doesn't look scary.
Mm-hmm. Oh
So
man, but look at that range.
it probably is a bitch to fly it.
I
And
don't.
I don't think that it handles well. I really don't.
I'm trying to remember. I think the B2 is computer assisted as far as flying it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the 49 here.
Well, people actually successfully flew the darn thing.
I'm sure
Um,
they did, but it looks like it would be really difficult to do it compared to other planes. It seems like, turning would probably have a huge, huge, huge radius compared to something else.
hmm.
I mean, I'm guessing.
Yeah, is my not too knowing on for today to into onto. What am I talking about?
Yeah, but I'm just saying it. I wish I had a simulator that had that included so I could test it out. I might actually, if my computer gets back here. I think I have a flight sim that can do it. I don't know. I don't know what planes it has. I think you actually have to buy new planes for the simulator. Like it comes with six, but if you want the other 15, you got to buy them.
Oh, okay. You know what I'd really like is I would like to get my hands on a simulator again that would do the World War II planes. Um, I
You
had
know what
one.
I would do is a
Hmm.
cheeseburger.
Oh, okay.
World War II planes are boring. They're all propellers. I don't like propellers. I like jets. Jets are fast. Jets are badass. There is nothing better in a movie than when a jet, like an F-14 type jet, F-16, whatever, is flying through a canyon, dogfighting with other jets. Flying through canyons like that is so badass. It really is.
I guess I just show my age.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. Something I've been thinking about actually, because it seems like from Gen X and beyond, seems like we deal with change better, may embrace it better than older generations, especially boomers, which is where OK Boomer came from. But like I was watching The Goldbergs, which is such a great show, and it's set in the 80s. At one point, the dad is sort of trying to relate better to the main character, his son. And he's playing video games with the kid. But instead of actually learning how to play the game, he's just mashing all the buttons constantly. Like for some reason he's overwhelmed by it. And that seems to be such a thing from, say, my parents' generation of being overwhelmed by these new things. And I'm sitting there going, no, 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 new is fun, new is awesome. Like, if they come out with something even better than the F-14, I'm going to go, awesome. Whereas, I think my parents' generation would have gone, but I like the F-14, you know?
Well, I don't know. In my case, it's not so much mashing the buttons as it is nostalgia. I mean, I look at a B 17 in flight, and yes, I have seen B 17s in flight. I stand next to a Mustang, and yes, I have stood next to a Mustang, and I just get this whole thing just washes over me, and I'm just standing there smiling, and I wasn't even there for the operational era, but it's just like, yeah, this is really nice, like a warm summer's day, and
I don't know, but F-14s are such an upgrade. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Like,
if I need the specs to do the job, shit, I'll get into a 14. Yeah.
oh, there you go. I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of things that are old. You know what I mean? Like I've always been looking at the future. I always wanted that Jetsons-esque future with like moving sidewalks and meals that came in a pill and like your own personal hovercraft that when you hit a button turns into something the size of a briefcase. I always wanted all that, you know. And so when I look back on World War II aircraft, I'm like, wow, that shit's primitive, you know.
In its way, it is. Yes.
and primitive is not as good as modern. That's why I don't get people who love steampunk. I'm like, what?
Amiga says, ask you if you like the look of the Valkyrie.
The what?
The
Here's an idea. Pronounce that word without an accent.
How do you pronounce that without pronouncing it correctly? I don't know. Would it would it be
Because it sounded like you were trying to say Valkyrie.
Yeah, that's about it. Um, what is the designation? P60. No, I'm sorry. What the B60? Um,
B60. I don't think I know it. I know the band, the B-52s from the 80s. You said B-60, was it?
let's find out.
Uh,
Oh no. It's the North American XB70.
XB?
Yes, it never went into production, so it was always experimental.
Okay. Oh, that thing. That's pretty wild looking. I was never really sure what to think of it because I wasn't even sure what it was for.
It was for blowing shit up.
Yeah, most of these are. I wasn't sure. Is it a bomber? Is it a
Yes.
fighter? It looks more bombery.
It's
I guess the B indicates it would be a bomber.
Yeah,
So
it's a heavy bomber. I
yeah,
have actually stood beneath one.
it's a pretty cool looking design. It does have kind of a spaceship look to it.
It reminds me. Well, I shouldn't say it reminds me. The Concorde reminds me of it.
Yeah, a little bit. I can see that. Except the Concorde has that wacky bent nose thing going on.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's cool. It has an atom punk look to it.
When you're standing, oh gods, when you're in Dayton, standing beneath the nose and just looking up at that thing is like, holy shit. Um, yeah, because I was actually next to the one remaining XB70.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool design. But like I was saying, I don't get the people who like steampunk. I like cyberpunk. I like raypunk. Dieselpunk's okay. But I look at steampunk and I'm like, people are wearing exactly the kind of clothing I'd go to great lengths to avoid. And everything's all copper pipes and stuff. This isn't high tech. I want high tech. You know, I want that sleek look of the future. You know, rather than the rough log cabin look of the past.
Okay.
So I don't get the fetish some people seem to have for what came before. It's like, yeah, and look where we are now. I'd rather be here now than in the Dark Ages.
Retro sci-fi. Okay.
So I can't wait until Cyberpunk 2077 comes out. That looks so freaking cool. I mean, hell, just the design of the world looks really cool. Never mind that the game system seems neat. One of the things that they did, they made this choice that pissed off Christians everywhere. The main character is completely gender neutral. I mean, completely. Like, as in, given a gender neutral name, and you can design your character however you want, like however you want. Every aspect of your character's physical design is variable. So you know, the only even remotely gender-esque choice is the voice of the character, and this pissed off Christian groups like you would not believe. It was hilarious.
Okay, then I like that.
Excuse me. Also, it has Keanu Reeves in it.
Okay.
They made him play like this rock and roll god that's part of the world, and I guess he's probably part of an underground movement of some sort. I don't know. They don't make it very clear in the trailers. I suppose I'll find out when I play the game. But I'm very
Well,
seriously considering like putting up a picture of one of my favorite celebrities as reference and trying to make my character look as close to that as possible. I wonder how much it matters. Do you see your character in cutscenes, or is it just because it's fun to design a character? I wonder.
hmm.
Because I could spend hours designing a fictional character with a decent system. You should have seen how long I spent making my Fallout 4 character, just the visual design.
Okay. Yay.
Well, I do love doing that. Um, yeah, oh, I'm so looking forward to this game because the world it's set in, I mean, it has that sort of cyberpunky Blade Runner look to it, but it looks a little more like people actually live their day-to-day lives in it in ways that they kind of it didn't look like that as much in Blade Runner.
Okay
Like
then.
it looks like they were going for a certain amount of verisimilitude. In fact, in some of the videos I've seen, they said that like if you really want to, you can make any random character in the world and follow them around, watching them do their day-to-day stuff. Like every character goes to work, goes to home, does whatever, you know? Um, and like, I wonder what would happen because in some games I've decided, okay, fuck it, I'm going to save the game and now depopulate the entire world, you know? Kill everybody. And I'm wondering if you can do that in Cyberpunk 2077. Like, are they all discrete individuals or is it just window dressing?
God, this sounds like something Gray Still Plays would do.
So, I don't know. It's something I'm looking forward to trying.
Move beef. Or Move beef. Or something.
Where though?
Where?
Yes, where am I moving this beef?
Oh, I don't know. Depends on how much you like eating cow. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Now I kind of want a burger.
I still have to get around to grilling that strip steak. I don't know if I'll do that today or tomorrow.
I've never had a steak from a stripper. I don't know. I honestly don't know the difference between various cuts of beef.
The strip steak comes from just north of the tenderloin.
Okay, but that's not really the part that matters to me. Do they taste different? Are they different textures? What?
I guess the strip steak is a what's the word I'm looking for? Has a softer texture and not quite as tough as some of the other cuts, but still not as soft as say a filet mignon or something like that.
There's a lot of words to say medium.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. Filet steak medio. Oh my.
You know, but okay, so I don't know. I mean, I've been wanting to experiment with preparing steaks various ways, but I just don't really know how. I'm using the big print easy reader version of cooking.
Okay then. Oh
Like,
my. Oh my.
what should or shouldn't I baste my steak in? Uh,
Ah.
when they say that this is a fill in the blank ethnic style rub, are they literally rubbing it, or is that just a term for the spice?
I believe they're literally rubbing it. I think so. And I found the
Like,
word I was looking for, and I can't believe I couldn't think of the word. I was thinking of tender.
ah, yeah. Um, but I mean, like, there are so many terms, cooking terms, that don't seem to mean what they actually mean. So, or where the term used means something else in different contexts. So I'm never sure how literal a term is when it's about cooking.
Okay then. Oh, did I? I got rid of that. I didn't want to got rid of that. Darn it.
But no, I'm not sure I've ever basted chicken either, except in teriyaki. I've done that and it never goes well.
With basting chicken?
In teriyaki.
I'm trying to think of the last time I tried to baste chicken in teriyaki. Recently, I've marinated chicken in a mixture of Worcestershire and soy sauce. That turned out nicely.
Yeah, but you eat pig intestines, so what do you know?
Yeah, you got a point there.
I mean, ooh, there's a weird question.
Yes, dear.
What if it turns out I'm not actually a super taster? What if it's more of an Asperger's thing?
I don't know. Would you be sorely disappointed?
Actually, no. And I'll tell you why. Because you know how I've mentioned in the past how I think some people are complete fakers when they have everything, like every condition that comes out, like we can diagnose this now, and all of a sudden that one person has that too,
Ah, yeah.
you know. And I'm already a left-handed adopted multiracial lesbian atheist. If I start adding more things, I'm going to start seeming like one of those people that I find kind of iffy. So if it turns out that being an Aspie and like takes away being a super taster, I'm going to be okay with it because I'm trading one weird ass trait for another rather than heaping on, you know?
Okay, then. Yeah, I like
So
that.
in a way, I'll be grateful if it turns out that I'm not a super taster after all. Like maybe along with noticing a random and out of focus fridge magnet on the on the refrigerator of someone in a sitcom. If I notice that kind of detail, maybe that's why I notice how nasty quinine tastes in drinks.
Thank you for reminding me. I still haven't poured the gin and tonic that I was going to pour last week.
Hmm. Okay.
I mean, I bought a bottle of tonic and everything,
Okay.
and you reminded me because I had forgotten it.
Well, I guess because you talk about not drinking, how did gin and tonic become a thing?
Oh, okay. Every now and then, I get the thought, gee, I would like to have fill in the blank. Usually,
Hmm.
it's like a shot of scotch or a gin and tonic. Occasionally, a highball, but I can't remember the last time I had a highball. And this drinking problem I have. There's booze all over the house, and I forget to drink it. So,
Yeah.
which is problematic. And this is what happened to me again. I mean, last week I had thought, gee, I think I want a gin and tonic. So I actually bought a bottle of tonic. I looked for the gin, and yeah, it's there. And then I proceeded to forget to pour it. And the stuff is still laying around. Um, what do you do? So at least I know I'm not an alcoholic.
Oh, yeah, that is actually a benefit for me as well. I mean, um, like I have that bottle of Captain Morgan. It's been sitting there since like two Christmases ago, you know? And it like if I can resist that, I can resist any goddamn alcohol there is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You
I've
know?
I've got a little bit left in a fifth of scotch, and unfortunately, I think it's starting to go. I think it's starting to go south, which is unfortunate because I've had that Scotch. I forget if it's 17 or 19 years.
Okay,
Uh,
I gotta take a ponytail. That's really starting to hurt.
yeah, it's
Go on.
even this year I forgot to pour a shot for my birthday, which is about the only
Oh,
time I would pour a shot of this stuff. Um, so it's just how not alcoholic I am. Um,
I tend to either do Christmas toasts or rum and eggnog at Christmas, that kind of thing.
oh, jeez, how long has it been since I've had eggnog? I mean, we're talking decades, definitely. Uh,
Well, the thing is, like, I find eggnog kind of unpleasant now. Like, more than half a mug and I'm done.
okay, okay.
I think the problem is it tastes weirdly like it has bananas in it now.
I,
Maybe
s-
I accidentally bought, like, vegan eggnog last time, but I found it unpleasant.
I can see where you might get that taste, though. Yeah, I can
And not just
understand.
taste, texture too. Like, whenever I go to a place that has smoothies and inevitably banana is one of the ingredients, obviously to thicken it up, but I don't like the taste of bananas. There's something weirdly oily about them or something. I don't care for it.
Yeah, and there's the problem with the this fake banana flavor that you get. It isn't even flavored like bananas. The banana you buy in the grocery store and peel and eat does not have the flavor of the artificial banana flavoring.
About that, I'm talking about going to like a coffee shop and they literally put everything in a blender in front of you.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. So you are getting the modern bananas then.
No, they're actual bananas. Part of what I don't like is the texture because it's goopy. And part of what I don't like is the weird oily thing. I actually like artificial banana flavor, like in candy. That's decent. It's actual bananas I can't stand.
That's interesting that you say that because the artificial banana flavor still tastes like the bananas you got prior to 1960.
Well, I wasn't around for that, so I would know.
Yeah, there was this big banana blight that killed off almost all of the bananas, years and years and years and years ago. And they switched out of necessity to another cultivar, which tastes different. So yeah, when you get the banana candy, um, you're tasting 60-year-old bananas.
Okay. I don't know. I'm still amused. Like, when Ray Comfort would do the banana thing, like perfect fruit and all that stuff that he did, and not realizing apparently that bananas didn't used to look like that. In fact, they used to have these gigantic seeds all through them, and they've been bred specifically to be
Yep.
actual food. You didn't realize that. And what I'm realizing is that the level of thought given into these kinds of proofs for God's existence through, like, here, look at this example of something in the world that seems designed. Their thinking seems to be on the same level of the thinking I used as a toddler. When I was in like daycare, I was at a babysitter's, whatever. Me and the other kids, sometimes just to amuse ourselves, would spin around in circles to make ourselves dizzy.
Hmm.
Kids do. Now, in my brain, if I got too dizzy, I was like, well, maybe if I spun in the other direction, it would even out and undizzy me. And of course, it doesn't work like that at all. But that seems to be the level of reasoning used by creationists when they come up with their hypotheses. Like the banana being the perfect fruit. Well, it sure looks like the perfect fruit. It makes intuitive sense it's the perfect fruit. Just the way it makes intuitive sense that spinning in the opposite direction will undizify me. But it doesn't work that way with dizzy or with bananas.
Mm-hmm.
But that seems to be the kind of logic, quote unquote, employed by creationists.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my. I don't know. Maybe the creationists. I hate to say this because they'll all come after me, but I got creationists mad at me anyway. So what do I care? Maybe their mind is actually physically stuck in the toddler realm to where they cannot develop their thought processes any further than they already are. I don't
Now,
know.
I don't know which one I
Now,
prefer. I don't know which one I prefer to believe, that they are stuck in toddlerville like that, or that they're perfectly intelligent, they just like their fantasy world better.
yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that it's kind of split.
Mm,
The higher ups, if you will, the movers and shakers, I strongly suspect that they know that they're peddling bullshit. Um,
well, but I mean, I don't even necessarily mean that. I mean, like, just your average religious person on the street. You know? I mean, because let's face it, the universe that is described by the major religions is this amazing magical place where all kinds of wacky shit can happen. You know, I mean, I'm always diving into fiction because the worlds described by those authors are much cooler than the real one. And even if I disagree with the shit religions say, the magic that they pretend is real so much cooler. So I can almost understand believing it. But that's an emotional thing, is that's how much cooler it is. It's got nothing to do with facts. And you try to take away someone's magical world, sure, they might get pissed at you. So I mean, in that way, I get it. They're just wrong, and they use it as an excuse to be jerks, which is why I want to stop them.
well, I don't understand some of them anyway. How it is that reality doesn't, um, what's the word I'm looking for? Remove that fantasy world for them. They think all the.
Well,
Hmm?
it's emotional wishful thinking. Why would it remove it for them?
I mean, when you're looking straight at it, isn't that a little bit of a clue that it's not what you want it to be?
But they have their rationalizations. God works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, it's got to
You
take a,
know,
it's got to
and
take a
and let's
lot of
face it,
work.
by definition, the supernatural is an exception to the natural order. So sure, you're not going to see it everywhere.
Well, you're not gonna, as far as I understand it, and there are plenty who are gonna tell me I'm full of shit, and they're probably right. You're not gonna see it at all because the
Well,
supernatural is outside the natural, and we're built to
mm,
only appreciate the natural.
but that's the thing, though, is I disagree with that because if the supernatural only existed outside of the natural, we'd never see it. But
Right.
the supernatural is a subversion of the real world, of the natural world. And so, yeah, you'd see it in the form of the natural world going a bit wacky on you.
Okay.
Well, think about this. Suppose there's something that is happening that's a pattern. And within that closed system of the pattern, everything is regular. Now, suppose someone outside the pattern knocks something in the pattern out of alignment. Well, now something that was within that self contained world has been changed by something outside of it. The effects of the supernatural are manifesting within the natural world by subverting it.
Okay, now I'm thinking that maybe I'm paying too much attention to William Lane Craig and Frank Turek and that ilk when they call, for example, Dear God, spaceless, timeless, and immaterial. Now, if there's something outside of space, outside of time, that is made of nothing material, it's unavailable.
Well, yeah, from the natural world, it's unavailable. Um,
Right!
but that doesn't mean it can't intrude.
Yes, it does. Because once
No, it
it
doesn't.
does intrude, it's natural. It's part,
No, no,
it's
no, no,
within
no.
space, it's within
No,
time.
no. See, that's the thing. The natural world is a closed system. That doesn't mean there can't be anything outside of it.
Oh, I understand that there very well can be something outside of it. It's just we'll never see it.
Oh, no, because okay, tell you what then. There's someone outside your house, and you'll never see them because it's impossible for them to come in.
Then they might as well not be there. Yeah.
But my point is but they are there, and they can come in. You see, that's the thing is the door to the supernatural coming into the natural world isn't necessarily closed permanently. The barrier between the natural world and the supernatural world may well be permeable. You see? Think of it less like um, hmm, think of it think of it as foreign nations, except instead of ethnicity, it's how the world functions around it. So like you get a foreign supernatural creature coming into our world, right? The difference in how they function is like the accent in a foreign person's language. Their reality is just a little bit off from ours, but they manage to come into ours and then maybe back out. They're visitors.
Okay, so I must be doing it wrong because
Well,
when
no,
I'm thinking of the natural and the soup. What?
what you're doing wrong is not consuming enough sci-fi fantasy. When you
That
consume
could be it.
you start to understand how the supernatural could interact with natural
Because
and still be supernatural.
what I'm seeing when I think of the supernatural and the natural, I'm thinking of okay, sitting here in this apartment, and the walls are block and brick, no doors, no windows. You cannot break through the wall. Now, there's somebody on the other side of the wall. How am I ever going to know they're there?
Well, but who says that the walls are unbreakable?
Because every time you try to break them, they don't go anywhere.
So we don't have the ability. That doesn't mean it's impossible.
And then once you've broken that wall and the world's meld, the
Who says they're
supernatural
going to
has
go?
now become the natural.
Who says they're going to go?
They have to because now you can walk
No, they
from one
don't.
to the other.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Because what if there is a bridge, an airlock between the two, essentially? Nothing says they have to merge. I mean, any more than, say, if I open my front door, the outside has to merge with my apartment. You know, there's still plenty of outside still outside when I open my door.
Okay.
Nothing says they have to merge.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I'm not reading enough sci-fi
Yeah.
or
I mean,
fantasy, I should say.
well, no, there's some magic in sci-fi as well. Cough, cough, Q, cough, 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 cough. Jorans, cough, cough.
Oh my, yeah.
When people try to say no, Star Trek's completely scientific, I'm like, there's fucking psychics in Star Trek. Star Trek is full of magic, full of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that whole psychic thing is magic, and the Q is magic, definitely.
So, I don't want to hear it from you Star Trek people. But yeah, if you consume enough sci-fi fantasy, you start to see ways that the supernatural could potentially exist without breaking the natural. I mean, what if like one of those incantations in backwards Latin just opens a small door, lets something through, and then it's over. Door shut. I mean, you're always hearing about letting demons in through portals. They can't just stroll in, they have to be summoned.
Well, okay, now there's the whole. Why do they have to be summoned? Couldn't they be Alland?
No.
No.
But no, I mean, I'm serious. Like, if there was a supernatural world and it was interfering with our world by subverting natural law, which would continue on its merry way were it not for the interference, that's a way magic could potentially exist. This is why when creationists or other religious people, like I've stopped. When they say, well, you can't see diseases with your own eyes, but they're there. I stopped saying I need to see God with my own eyes and started telling them, give me a way to detect God
Yeah,
rather
right.
than, because that's harder for them to weasel out of. That's a lot of what I've been doing lately is trying to find ways to take away people's illogical yet seemingly logical conversational gambits to get around you holding their feet to the fire.
Yeah, I remember when he called himself a theologian. He was actually a bullshit salesman that used to come on. Well, they're the same thing, yeah. He used to come on NCG Studios when I worked for those guys, and he would go, "Yeah, you know that God has effects," and it's like, "No, Michael, you have to be able to attribute these effects to your God and only your God before I accept your God as doing it."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if there's a possibility it could be your God or that lime over on my counter, I'm more inclined to believe the lime on the counter is doing it because at least I can see that lime.
Well, it's one of the reasons I don't accept the Kalam cosmological argument because it's 100% words. There is nothing to experiment upon. There's nothing you can do with the Kalam cosmological argument to prove it. It's just a completely logical proof. And I can prove any goddamn thing with logic. I can prove anything exists using pure ass logic. But when you start getting into boots on the ground experimentation, you're probably going to discover the stuff I've been talking about ain't there. I mean, like in
Yes.
the unicorn country here, I could probably logically prove that such a thing exists, provided I never had to show it to anybody.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to show people my work. If I don't have to hold up, here's an invisible pink unicorn hoof, which we can then run experiments upon by tapping on it or whatever. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, there was
logic thing breaks down when you hit boots on the ground shit.
there's an interview I saw on YouTube. It's an older interview where the guy who was claiming that he could prove the existence of the soul specifically disallowed any actual method of determining whether it had to be Aristotelian dialectic or nothing.
Hmm.
And it's like, no, all you're doing is just talking. We're gonna find this soul. You're gonna demonstrate it's there or it's not there, and the guy wouldn't have it. And that's all they do is they try to get around it that way. And
Yeah.
they're poo poo heads. It's that poo poo.
Well, another one that I've been fighting against lately, ever since I had that conversation with that Tim Ho guy, that protracted conversation from the 1 Minute Apologist producer, or whatever he is, maybe he's a
Yeah.
writer, I don't remember. Um, like the whole one part of the Kalam cosmological argument is anything that begins to exist has a cause. It used to just be anything that exists has a cause. Now they say
Yeah.
anything that begins to exist. And I challenge anybody to show me anything that actually began to exist. Anything. Because as far as we know, the singularity is as far back as we can go. And if space was as compressed as we think it was, then time wasn't functioning. There is no before. So we can't point to when the singularity began to exist. We can only point to the universe beginning to exist, except that was an expansion. Nothing began. Things only changed. And
And
everything that we point to that began to exist is actually stuff that already exists, changing form. But he wouldn't have it. He was saying, no, no, when sperm met egg, I began to exist. I was like, no, the matter that makes up you was already existing. And then we
yeah.
start getting into the ship of Theseus problem. How many boards can you replace on the ship before it's not that ship anymore?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And the
And
whole
he wouldn't have any of it. He was like, no, no, begin to exist means something changing form to become a distinct entity. And I'm like, well, now we can't have this conversation because you're not talking about creation anymore.
and the whole thing is that began to exist bullshit was a workaround for a
Mhm.
glaring hole in the original column. Yeah,
Well, that's why I brought it up before, saying it used to just be anything that exists as a
yeah.
cause. That's why I brought that up before.
So they're
It
trying to
just,
plug a hole with another hole.
yeah, basically. And so that's why I've been fighting against that whole began to exist thing, partly because a lot of atheists have digested it too. That
Hmm.
they're letting Craig set the argument by accepting what he means by begins to exist.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm usually an advocate for taking people at their own word on their own terms when they're explaining an argument. But he got, like, he's trying to talk about the universe coming from nothing because of God and comparing that to a car beginning exists because we put it together from already existing materials. They're not analogous.
Hmm.
So I've been fighting against that too, in the same way that I've been fighting against the other like linguistic tricks.
Yeah, and there's one I discovered yesterday. It's an older thing that I'm going to have to figure out how to answer. The problem is that it's an interview that runs an hour and a half, and I'm trying to extract the points that he makes, if any. Um, it's that idiot Cameron Bertuzzi. You know the channel that's called, what is it? Capturing Christianity, I think.
They all sound the same at this point.
Yeah, it reminds me of a high school student who thinks he knows everything. Um,
Oh,
although I think he's
what
a.
was the guy's name? Cumberbatch Watusi?
Say again?
What was the guy's name? Cumberbatch Watusi?
Oh, Cameron
Oh,
Bertuzzi.
how do you spell that last bit?
I believe it's something like Bertuzzi or something like that. Let me see if I can
Oh,
find.
that's not a B.
As in Bravo. Yeah.
Oh, I heard V.
It begins with the letter Bravo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't know that guy. I just saw. Oh, yes, I do. That guy. Okay. Oh, yeah. There's a
Yeah,
picture
there it
of
is.
him.
Capturing Christianity. That idiot. Yeah.
Well, no, it's not that. I looked him up by name. I did not know. I mean, capturing Christianity could be any damn channel, but I see him with Alex O'Connor in like an interview or some shit or a debate. I recognize him now.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, he thinks he knows
I couldn't
everything.
tell you about him, but I recognize his face.
Yeah, he thinks he knows everything, which, well, I think I know everything. The difference between us is that I do know everything. No.
Really? Okay. What's my dad's middle name?
Sarah.
I'll give you a hint. Remember, that side of the family is Sicilian.
There you go. It's got to be what, Giovanni.
No, Anthony.
Oh, okay, okay. There you
Come on. Everyone's named Anthony.
go.
And when they're not named, they're named something similar. It's weird how many Junes I know who are Italian, and that's like a dude name, where usually you meet someone named June, it's an old lady with blue hair.
There you go.
Why is that a thing? Like, I've never actually seen an old lady with blue hair, but that was such a stereotype when I was growing up, was the old lady who dyed her hair blue. What's up with that?
I don't know why they would do that. I'll tell you what, though. There was a lady that would come into his store who had a set of wigs with different color washes, and she looked really good. Um, Her hair was black, you know, she was black, so her hair was black, but she had one with a blue wash, one with a pink wash, one with a green wash, and it looked, you just have that little hint of the colors, damn good. Um, if I could get away with something like that, I certainly would.
So I just looked it up. It says the ladies of the blue rinse set have naturally gray or white hair with a touch of yellow tone to it. They feel the yellowish color is unattractive, so to counteract the yellow, they get blue rinse. The blue is supposed to exactly balance the yellow, creating a neutral gray. I think that's wrong, though, because
Well,
well, no, I mean, in advertising, they talk about what colors best attract the eye and thus make people want to buy your product. Blue and yellow are like the biggest. That's why Blockbuster Video had the colors they did. The sort of like gold text on blue background, because blue and gold pop. And so if you're trying to neutralize yellow with blue, that's not going to work.
but that's why Detko would put blue pigment into white paint when he was teaching me how to paint years and years and years and years ago, because he was a painter by trade. Um, the way he put it was, yeah, blue kills the yellow, just like laundry bluing supposedly makes your whites brighter.
It's just weird to me. And it doesn't, I mean, given that I am an artist and I've spent a long ass time dealing with color, now granted, it might be just a difference between an additive and subtractive color scheme for all I know. But still, like yellow and blue are meant to go together rather than neutralizing each other.
Move beef. I have to look that up and see how it works. And look, oh yay, oh yay.
Like,
I didn't
precious
see you come
color.
in, dear. There's a purple in the chat.
Oh, right. There are precious few colors where adding yellow doesn't make them pop. Like, I think the only one I can think of is white.
Yeah, it makes it dingy.
I mean, yellow, well, no. I mean, if you just had like yellow and white stripes next to each other, that wouldn't work either. No, I take that back. It's a workable color scheme. It does not make the colors pop, in the way that an advertiser might look for.
Oh, okay. Platisa.
It wouldn't call attention to itself. But yellow and red is very actiony, where yellow and blue, honestly, is kind of regal. Where yellow and green has kind of a natural look to it. I guess it depends on the shade of green, really. I'm thinking primary yellow for all of these. Um, I guess yellow and gray wouldn't work too well. Yellow and black will call up images of like bumblebees and hornets and stuff.
And
And
traffic
like,
signs.
what?
And traffic signs.
Yellow and black?
Yeah.
The hell kind of moonman traffic signs do they have in your corner of the universe?
The ones that say yield to traffic merging into the lane or crosswalk
Oh,
here. And
primary yellow though. Sort of an orangey yellow.
oh, okay. Okay,
I
I
mean,
see
there's
where you're coming from.
yeah. Um, I'm sure I must have left out. Oh, yellow and purple, right? Also similarly regal to yellow and blue.
Okay, but do you have a difference between putting the colors side by side and actually mixing the pigments?
Not really, although I mean, obviously, like yellow and red make orange, but it seems to me that yellow and blue would just make your hair green. Like it wouldn't neutralize the yellow. Mind you, the times I've dyed my hair, and like bleaching my hair is a pain in the ass and it never gets better than like a ginger, really. But when I put blue dye on top of it, all of a sudden it just looks blue. Which again is a reason why it wouldn't neutralize yellow. Why not just dye your hair blonde?
Oh man. Well, the reason I wouldn't is because hair that looks all the same color doesn't look real. But
But still, I mean, if you're trying to neutralize yellow, do it with more yellow. So it's not just this ugly tint.
Okay then, move beef.
Eh, I think I looked decent with yellow hair. I looked weird with yellow hair, but a decent kind of weird.
I'm not sure I've seen any pictures of you in the yellow hair. I've seen the pictures
Oh,
with the blue and I think the
hmm,
green.
green. I know
I,
I've done green. Have you not seen the pink?
maybe I have.
Okay. Well, digging up the yellow hair would be a lengthy process because it was years ago, and right now I only have Facebook to work with because my actual computer's dead, so all of my pictures of me are elsewhere. But
Okay. Okay, now I there's the one with the all sorts of different colors there. Yeah.
the
That's
one with all sorts of different colors,
that's from the rollerblading.
that's a wig.
Yeah, that's okay. Now the other one, did you dye your hair red for that one? I see two pictures with red hair, so it must
Oh,
be.
oh, 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 that one. That was actually Pride. Are there flames everywhere?
It's well, there's this one with you and the flights. The flight suit's painted on
Okay,
you, and
hold
then
on.
there,
The one with the red hair, are there flames?
in the hair.
No, everywhere else.
No.
Okay, then I don't know what picture you're looking at.
Let me to see onto into this one over here. I don't know. Is that? It looks like red streaks. Is the red streaks supposed to be flames with a purple circle?
What?
Okay, let's copy the image location. Now, you're not going to be able to go see it, are you?
If you put it in the chat, I will. Like
Okay.
the private chat, not the actual
Oh,
chat.
tagi posta balentantaya kanimina. What am I talking about? Okay. There you goes.
Uh, oh, that! You couldn't have just said it's a planet with a nebula.
I didn't recognize it as such.
Oh, yeah, that's red right there. That's not the pink.
Wolf beef.
Yeah. But no, it's a nebula and a planet. That was from back in my video making phase when I would have nebulas and planets behind me, or when I was still using Sandra instead of my actual face. That's when you'd see those as well. I
Okay
have a couple
then.
of Photoshop plugins that'll make those for you, so it was really easy to make those into my videos. Damn it! I know there is a way in Facebook to like zoom down to years ago, and I can't find it.
Now, this may or may not be lighting, but I have one where your hair certainly looks yellow.
Okay, am I standing in front of a big wall of guitars?
Uh, you're you're on a sofa with what looks like some stuffed animals behind you. You're wearing a T-shirt which reads "Epistivist," which is a blue square with the Zapdos on it. Um, it's not helping, is it?
Well, no, but
Here it comes.
real quick, how short is my hair?
Shoulder.
Okay, I think I know the picture you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks almost like a page boy, really. Almost.
What? Oh, page boy haircut. Got it, got it, got it. Um, yeah, actually, what had happened was in bleaching and dyeing, my hair got really fried. So it actually broke off to shoulder length.
Okay.
Well, I think I bleached it like multiple times at that point. So it was pretty brittle. Damn it, I know there's a way to do this. Maybe it's just my timeline, but even then, how do I swear there's a way to filter by date. Ugh, I wish Facebook would stay consistent. Update info. Want me to update my profile picture? Fuck off, Facebook. You know, one thing I've been thinking about doing is, you know how Facebook can list your relationships?
Oh, yeah.
You know, like significant others, family, et cetera, et cetera. I've been sorely tempted to write in because if the person you're in a relationship isn't on Facebook, you can just type in who it is. I've been thinking about typing in her left hand. So it says Kate's in a relationship with her left hand. I've been sorely tempted, you know. Maybe I should just do it. People will find it funny.
Mildly amusing, yes.
Yeah.
Vro es, okay, esto antu. Wait a minute, why is that frame... Why is that frame displaced? The contents of the frame are showing up fine, but the frame is displaced.
Well, I can't see it, so.
Okay, that fixed it, whatever it is. Okay. I'll just have to work on not getting thrown off of this thing, and then we'll get there. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, you've got that going, and that's that, and everything's there. And what am I talking about?
Sorry, someone was wrong on the internet.
Oh man, that happens all too often. Yeah, I know the whole Facebook is foo-foo. Um,
Well, well, one thing that's really nice is that what he was wrong about actually ends up to his benefit that he's wrong about it.
okay, move beef.
Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, there's no more of fill in the blank. I'm like, no, 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 there will be more of it. They've confirmed this. It's just not yet.
Yay! I think it's yay. Is it yay?
Oh, absolutely, it's yay. I was watching the show Cobra Kai, and it's. I got to the end of season 2, and there's no season 3 yet, but there will be. And the dude was like, "So you're saying there's it wasn't good enough to end with a proper ending?" I was like, "No, no, I got to the end of the series because that's all they've made. There will be more, but I'm cranky that there isn't more yet."
Okay,
So
then. It's definite moo.
yeah, because I mean, honestly, that show is really good. I mean, like usually, it's one of the few exceptions. Like, cause you know how I'm always bitching about them making sequels to stuff too late and they end up shitting all over the original.
Yeah, okay.
Well, Cobra Kai managed to respect the original. And so I'm really happy about it because it's not a bad show at all.
Hmm. Yay.
It's
I
like one
think
of the
it's
few
yay.
exceptions where they didn't nostril rape my childhood when they made more. One of the few exceptions.
Alrighty, then we are liking that. Oh my,
Yes.
oh my. Okay,
And
let's
I'm
go.
guessing you have no idea what Cobra Kai is.
I've seen you mention it, but that's as far as it goes.
Yeah, you ever see The Karate Kid?
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of a continuation of it.
Oh, so
Like,
what? Does it have something to do with that school that the bully was in?
yes, yes. In fact, the bully comes back and decides to start the school up again. The thing is, though, they make it pretty clear. I mean, because he's the main character of the show. And he starts out where, like, well, number one, life is turning to shit on him. I mean, absolutely everything that can go wrong goes wrong for him. And in the end, like, he ends up finding this kid who's getting bullied and starts teaching him martial arts, and as a result, ends up opening the dojo again. But it's actually kind of about his slow growth out of being a bully. Now, I've heard a lot of people, a lot of people like to say, oh, Daniel was the real bully because he kept doing X, Y, and Z. But the truth is, no, he wasn't. It was clear he was trying to be a nice guy and got abused for it. And then when he decides to not take any crap for it, all of a sudden that makes him the bully. Bullshit. But, a lot of people have tried to say the same thing, that Daniel is the bully in this one. They cite this one example where I'm like, you know, he was really trying to act in everyone's best interest when he did what you guys are calling bullying. So I think people just want to make heroes into villains these days. It's like people are saying, oh, Ferris Bueller was the real jerk and this, that, and the other thing. It's like, come on, like, even if you're right, like, by the letter of the law, by the spirit of the law, you're completely wrong, so to speak.
Okay, so he's to speaking. Yes.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know. Like, eh,
Eh.
I swear there is a way to look at my posts filtered by year. How the frick do I do it, Facebook? I know I've done it before.
Did it involve waving a dead chicken over it?
Oh no. I'm not entirely certain why it would.
Okay, we're not too sure then.
Sometimes I feel like doing that thing they did at the end of The Naked Gun where the credits are rolling and it looks like a freeze frame, but everyone's still doing stuff. Like they freeze frame and one dude was pouring coffee and it just overflows. Like,
Okay.
I kind of want to pretend my video is frozen, just sort of, and see if anyone notices, like, you look like you're frozen, but your hair is flapping from the ceiling fan, that kind of thing.
Okay
Just to see if
then.
anyone's paying attention. Of course, I also know that that's probably only funny to me.
Oh my.
Hmm.
Yay.
Oh, here we go. Date posted. Thank you. Merciful fucking Zeus. Now, can I do that in list view or do I have to do it in grid view? Uh, yeah, looks like I have to do it in grid view. Damn it.
That's poo poo.
Yeah. And surely I've been using Facebook before. Yes. Okay, I had to scroll down. Okay. Wow, it's got stuff listed from 1975 and 1981. Those must be things I put in, like my date of birth. Uh, Did you know that way back in the day, you could type like /me and type something in and it would come out more like an emote on Facebook? Because I have a lot of posts where it's like blank can't afford to go out really, but is freaking bored from having been cooped up with the crawling ick all week. I guess I was sick, but it was a slash me, so it just says can't afford to go out really.
Oh, is that similar to the slash me that you used to do on IRC?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have one here that says, I think it's a world gone topsy turvy when the supermarket music system is playing Def Leppard.
Okay.
Well, isn't that a little odd?
Yeah, just a little, a little. Of course, the
Oh,
one,
wait. What?
the one of the grocery stores I'll go to has what is it, 60s on 6 or something like that in their Muzak, or one of these oldies things that they play over the speakers. I don't know if they're supposed to license it or not, but
Okay.
I don't even know if is Muzak a thing anymore.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, there's on hold music.
Or there was a company.
Well, the weird thing is, I thought you were done. Were you done?
Oh, it says is a brand of background music, so Muzak must still exist. Okay.
Oh, you meant that specifically. I thought you just meant in general, kind of the way we would ask, can I have a Band-Aid when we don't necessarily mean the name brand.
Oh, right. Yeah, because Muzak is another one of those things that's applied to the whole genre. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
which came from Muzak Corporation. Yeah, and I guess it's still there. Name has been in use since 1934. Holy shit.
So I just ran across a picture I'd completely forgotten about, and it's fucking hilarious. Give me a sec, see if I can pull it up on a Chromebook.
Da
Um,
Brajnie.
but yeah, music, man. Like, one thing I've often wondered, is there someone out there who's absolute sorry, this picture is killing me. Is there someone out there whose absolute passion is making music, and when they hear it, they think they're just fucking rocking out? Or is music composed by a struggling artist who's just trying to pay the bills?
I have to wonder if it's the latter. Yeah, it's rather like the motel art. You book a motel room and they always have those pictures on the walls, and that's the starving artists who got out of art school and couldn't find a job anywhere else.
Yeah. Or even just like a starving artist who is dedicated to the craft still, but has not, you know, like actually found success yet.
Hmm.
And so they're, just doing like, like the actress who's a waitress for a while,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, 'cause the thing that came to my mind was, I mean, American Greeting has only so many drafting tables. Um, I don't even know if it's American Greeting anymore, but a friend of mine worked for them in his younger days. Yeah, they were definite. What's the word that they use? Sweatshop. That's it.
Sorry, this picture slays me. Give me a sec. Let me see if I can do this from a Chromebook.
Foo foo.
Uh, no. Present now. A window. Yeah, and share. Can you see it?
Oh my. Is
Oh,
der
that just
Fufu and der
slays me.
Fifi.
That just slays me so bad. Oh my gosh.
In its own way, it reminds me of Colonel Stapp, who was the person who spent a lot of time in a rocket sled exploring the far end of how many G's could somebody take before they completely broke.
Hmm. Wasn't it like in the 20s, like 23 or something?
Stapp
Or maybe
that
I'm thinking of 5 or 7.
Oh my! This was right around the time that you had the Century series of jets. Let's find out here.
By the way, I didn't notice that you had posted another picture in the private chat. And yes, that second picture is what I meant by the yellow hair.
Yagasta, Moof Beef, John Stapp. That's it. Um, let's see. We've got to find. He was known as the fastest man. He was a contemporary of Chuck Yeager, so that kind of narrows it down a little bit. Let's see. Early years, military career, work effects on deceleration. Okay, so right after World War II is when he was doing this stuff with the rocket sled. I actually saw the rocket sled. It's in Alamogordo, New Mexico.
I think I've seen footage.
Yeah,
If it's what I'm picturing, I think I've seen it.
yeah, it's some crazy stuff. But the sled itself is set up in Alamogordo, and it's a crazy looking thing. I'm trying to find a good picture if I can put it in there. Dice Petrosta, Malike Patianta Rosa de Perosti. And I have no idea what I'm singing about. I'm just not finding any good pictures of the sled. They're all from really bad angles.
Well, did it look ever so vaguely like an L where the long end was on the ground and from the back end just a shit ton of fire coming out of it?
That would be more or less it.
Okay. Then yes, I've seen footage.
Okay, wait.
Ooh, what was the guy's name?
John Stapp.
Stapp. Got it.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a name. I wonder how they got that. Yeah, that's more or less what I was picturing.
Uh huh.
Not exactly what I was picturing, but close.
Yeah, he sustained almost 47 G's in a sudden stop.
Jesus, Harold Christ. I'm looking at a picture of his actual face and then his face on the sled, and ooh.
Moo.
Oh man, there's like this picture of him where his eyes they look like he's been in this really nasty fight and lost.
Oh, the two black eyes. Yes. Uh huh.
Well,
Yeah, he went temporarily blind on that run. So many blood vessels in his retina burst that he lost his vision for a while.
I hope he had like an ejector seat.
No, that
I hope he had an abort, abort, abort button.
not to my memory. I mean, my memory is once he fired it up, that was it.
Man, I would have built in a bunch of safety redundancy myself.
I'm trying to think of how they would have done it. I mean, there's got to be a way to do it. I'm just thinking of how they would have put it in there. because you've got to have all the extra hardware to lift that seat out. Foo-foo. Because basically,
Oh,
one of the things he was doing was testing ejection seats.
mm, that's got to be fun.
Oh yeah.
So I forget where I heard about it, but there was something I was watching or hearing or listening, some story that was being told that really stuck with me about airplanes, where I think it was World War II, and they were studying, like a bunch of engineers were studying the bombers and trying to decide where they needed more armor. And so they were looking at the bombers and going, well, look at where all this machine gun fire is. Like where these planes got hit. Clearly, we need to armor those up quite a bit. And like one dude, kind of a Phil at the back of the room, was going, guys, these are the planes that came back. Clearly, we need armor everywhere else.
Yes.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember when I heard that story, I was like, dude's got a point. And it wouldn't have shocked me if everyone shouted, shut up, Phil, at him. You know? So anyway, that story stuck with me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to,
purple. Yeah, no brakes. The braking was done with a pool of water.
what really? I would have expected at least parachutes.
Because I've seen some of the pictures in there, and I'll try to bring them up again. Let's see, John Stapp.
Wonder if it skidded on the water for a while. You know, like it just kept going and going and going until it lost momentum and sank.
Okay, Image.
Maybe it wasn't that big a pool. I don't know, but it strikes me as funny. I mean, if this guy was going how many tens of G's, seems to me it would go over the water for a while on its skids, wouldn't it?
I'm not exactly sure how it was arranged on the skids.
No,
Oh
I
my!
just mean like when it hit the water, I doubt it stopped immediately, and I doubt it sank immediately either.
It was on rails.
But you said that stopping was water.
I believe it went through a pool of water at the end.
Did the rails stop before the pool of water, or did they go into
They
the
went
pool of
into the
water?
water, if I remember this correctly.
Well, it still wouldn't have shocked me if this rocket sled ended up like deciding, oh, water or rails that's under it. Well, we're going fast enough that the water is effectively solid, so we're going to skid on our rails for a bit.
Oh, holy shit! Will you look at that?
Well, I'm trying, but you're really far away.
Well, come on over. Uh, copy image location. I'll give it to you here, and I'll give it to them there.
I know you want to give it to me.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. You don't know how my head works, do you? Oh
I
my.
think I figured it out a little.
Okay, and then I'm going to put that in here so everybody else can see it.
Oh, there is a third link.
I stood there.
Oh, okay.
Yep. That
Well,
that's his sled, and behind it is the little Joe 2, where I actually looked up into the nozzles of the Elgol rockets in that damn thing. Oh man, those are some memories.
well, along similar lines, hold on. There it is. God,
Daprzhnie?
options in Chromebook are sometimes in weird places. Yes, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Okay, so along similar lines, um, where the hell is present now? Come on, you. I am so struggling with this interface right now because of the Chromebook. A window. Where did it go? Uh, Where did it go? Fucking hell. Alright, give me a sec. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. Never mind, the moment's lost. Forget it. It's not important.
What?
Don't worry about it. I was just going to make a bad joke anyway. But because my interface would not cooperate with me, the timing was off and it's not worth it anymore. So I am trying to decide what I want for food today because I haven't eaten yet. All I've had is a Red Bull. And I am hungry. So the question is, do I get outside food or make what I have here? What am I in the mood for? I think that's the question. What do I want to eat? And is it accessible here?
Life cereal and milk soaking for an hour and a half?
I'm not you. I'm sorry, but I don't much care for gruel.
Oh my, oh my. Let me see, 15, 16. I might be able to do something with that yet. I mean, come on over. I'll make us steaks.
And we'll kill vampires with them.
There you go.
I don't know what I want. I have some like prepackaged spicy yakisoba noodles. I can make that. I can make a stir fry out of that. I have some chicken, some vegetables.
I was going to say, okay, if you've got the yakisoba, you have any shrimp?
Like I eat shrimp.
Oh, okay. Just curious. Then there is.
There are two kinds of seafood I eat. There's crab legs, and then there's the other kind.
Yeah, there you
Fish
go.
Anyway, so let's see. No, I don't have shrimp. I have chicken, and I have broccoli, and I have carrots, and I have peas.
Oh boy, that would make a nice stir fry, wouldn't it?
Stir fry is kind of my specialty.
Now the carrots and the peas, are they like right out of the ground, or are they that prepackaged softened stuff?
It's the prepackaged. I don't know about softened, but it's prepackaged, and it's like the carrots are made into little
Yes,
cubes,
yes,
and
that's what I was wondering. Yeah, I didn't know if
yeah.
you would have to, if
The
they were
carrots are
actual
nice
carrots
and
that you would
crispy.
have to steam for a while.
God no. The carrots are nice and crispy. I don't know why you say they might be softened.
Well, they're crispy because they're frozen.
Even when they're cooked, they're nice and crispy the way like
Oh,
fresh
they
carrots would.
are. Oh,
Yeah,
wow. Oh, wow. I haven't been so lucky to get carrots like that. Frozen carrots like that. They've
I
always
mean, it's
been pre-steamed or whatever.
well. I mean, let's put it this way: if you were to have fresh carrots or these frozen carrots in a dish, you wouldn't know the
Oh,
difference.
wow. Yay.
Yeah, but I am kind of in the mood for kung pao chicken. I like kung pao chicken. I'm not sure how I started liking it, but I do.
I've got to try making some one of these days. I don't know. I
It's not
suppose.
easy to make.
Say again?
It's not easy to make.
Okay.
In fact, most Asian food isn't. Not if you're doing it properly, anyway.
Kind of gives me the desire to learn how.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of like, baste this for 5 days prior to cooking. That
Yeah, right up my alley. Yeah, there you go.
mix these spices together in these exact proportions, and oh, by the way, each one costs $5 a pop, if not more. That kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you
You know,
mixed in the exact thing, you baste the stuff, and then you bury it in your backyard for 3 months.
right? And then, yeah. No, this is not kimchi that I'm
uh,
talking about here. Although, I guess that is Asian.
uh,
Korean, isn't it? Kimchi?
yeah, kimchi's Korean.
Yeah, I seem to remember when I was taking Taekwondo, If anyone was messing up, we were told we'd be in deep kimchi.
Okay.
And of course, Taekwondo's Korean. So,
Mm-hmm. Now, what I don't know is you've taken Taekwondo. Have you
yes,
ever taken Taekwondo batter?
no.
Okay.
But when I've made a mistake, it was Taekwondo.
Okay, got you there. Yeah, now we're
So,
talking. Now we're talking. Oh
I
my.
have been thinking about all the things I want to do when we're not in lockdown anymore. And one of them, I would very much like to take a martial art beyond high yellow belt.
Move beef.
And I've been thinking, because I've done mostly Taekwondo, I want to switch it up, choose maybe something from Japan instead. Karate, maybe.
Move.
You know, or hell, I think nearby there's one of those Krav Maga classes, maybe that. I
It's
wonder if that's more no nonsense than the like Far East Asian martial arts, because a lot of those try to mix in a bunch of spirituality and meditation and shit. For all I know, Krav Maga is just here's how to murder someone.
I'm liking it.
Because I mean, it's that like Israeli street fighting, like street combat martial art that was like developed for the military.
Mm.
I suspect there's going to be very little meditation involved in that.
Yeah,
You know,
it's just
so and
straight
I
up.
would love to concentrate on a martial art where it's like we want you to be able to use this if you have to, rather than here is a class you're taking. You know what I mean?
Yes, it
So,
is the fufuness.
not saying I want to go out and pick a fight, but I am saying that if I'm still in the lower ranks, I should be able to defend myself.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Because let's face it, even at high yellow belt in Taekwondo, I would not have been able to kick someone's ass if they were attacking me first.
Okay,
I mean, because let's face it, martial arts are supposed to be defensive, right?
right.
Well, I suspect I would not have been able to defend myself if need had come up.
Moo. Definite moo.
One thing I've noticed, ever since the seizures, and even still after them, my reflexes have been really good. And I don't know why.
Hmm.
Like, I'll be like putting stuff on a shelf, and all of a sudden, something over here, like here's my hand, something over here, is for whatever reason starts to fall. I'm still organizing stuff. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, falling, good, gotcha. And that was it. Where it used to be, oh, fuck, something falling, oh my God, oh, I fell and broke. Now it's just whoosh, like a ninja. And it's weird, like, because that never used to be how I was. And it seems to, like, I know correlation, causation, blah, 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 but it seemed to happen around about the time of the seizures.
So
So
maybe you got something useful out of it then.
maybe good reflexes are now my superpower.
Yeah.
Not gonna bitch, this is a good thing. And it could only help if I started taking a martial art.
Oh my. I'm just going through in my head here of how to take this to Tito, but it's just not working. Darn it.
Sure. Um, I think I still have at least the top part of my old Taekwondo dobak somewhere. I know I have my belt in that cabinet up that way. I might even have my white belt still. Anyway,
Moo.
it'd be great to get more of a one-on-one teacher situation, though, rather than an actual dojo.
Okay then.
Well, if like personalized instruction is always a benefit, I think. Because I've never really been one to learn from repetition. I learn better from use. Like more application, less theory.
Aka. Okay, yeah, moo.
You know,
Oh, I like the way Mage puts it. Yeah, I learned the martial arts of throw sand in the person's face and kick them in the kneecap.
I have actually thought it might be funny to develop a martial art that's based entirely around schoolyard antics. Like it teaches you how to effectively do a black belt wedgie.
Okay, okay.
You know. Now, I don't know if anyone cares about spoilers for Cobra Kai, but there is a wedgie in that, but not the traditional wedgie. One girl goes up to another girl who's a bully, grabs the front of her underwear, and yanks as high as she can.
Oops.
I'm sorry, but frontal wedgie looks painful.
I can, yeah, uh huh.
I was watching that just going, oh no, 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 no. Oh my gosh, that's gotta hurt. So, I mean, I don't know how it would feel on a guy, probably not particularly comfortable, but there's a crevice there that you boys don't have. And getting a small strip of cloth jammed up there and yanked up to your chin is going to feel bad. I'm just saying.
Oh my, oh my.
It'd be like having your crotch garroted. I'm just saying. Yeah. Of course, the bitch deserved it. But whatever. I think possibly there are two factors keeping me from getting takeout right now. Number one, I get it far too often. We should spend less money, but well, no, I take that back. Three then. Number two, I don't really feel like hazmatting up, And number three, eat too much takeout, you start to get all chubbity. I don't want that either.
Yeah, okay.
So, I want. But what do I want is the question.
Stir fried cat.
Nah, that's not the way I like to eat pussy.
Okay.
Besides, if I wanted to eat cat, I'd get that kung pao chicken I was talking about.
There you are, there you are. Now, this is what I don't understand. Are there any variations on that? Like, you've got the Kung Pao chicken, you have Kung Boom chicken, and Kung Clang chicken, and no, huh?
What on earth are you talking about?
Well, the Batman sound effects,
Oh,
pow, boom.
yeah, I'm gonna say no. Yeah, but, I'm even trying to think, like, what might I get if I didn't get Asian? I've already had, like, a lot of pizza.
Mrs.
Could
T's
get a
pierogi.
burger. What?
Mrs. T's pierogi.
I know what a pierogi is. The rest of your words I don't know.
Mrs. T's is a brand name. You can get them in the freezer case at the local grocery store.
Well, I wouldn't know. Wonder if that kebab place is still open because they do make good food. There's also one of those well, actually, there's a ton of ramen joints around, but there's one that has this really good. It's called like black ramen, I think, and the broth is very dark.
Ooh,
But it's also tasty as fuck.
that
And they
makes you.
do take,
Hmm?
and they do take out.
Yay, 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 yay.
Oh, you know what sounds really good right now is yakitori. Meat skewers, like teriyaki meat skewers.
Oh, that's what those are called. Okay.
Yeah. Of course, gyoza doesn't sound bad either. But for some reason, I really want appetizers. Like the other day, I was totally craving Indian food, but what I really wanted was chicken pakora.
Okay.
Like I didn't even necessarily want the chicken tikka masala. I just wanted the appetizers.
Hmm. Hey, there you go. Spring rolls.
Yeah, that was also sort of on my list. Problem is, I mean, I don't know. Do you think DoorDash will do one of those things where it's like they have a minimum order, obviously, before they deliver to you? I wonder if that minimum order can be spread across multiple restaurants.
I don't know. I have no experience with them.
I haven't tried it.
I mean,
And maybe their competitors like BringMeThat.com will have it.
okay.
I don't know. I've never tried. I've never
Yeah,
looked.
now you got me thinking here. Do I one of these days, possibly today, possibly some other day, want to do a what was the one you mentioned before? BringMeThat.com,
Yeah,
DoorDash.
DoorDash. Yeah,
Yeah,
and there's other.
whatever the equivalent is over here. I know there's, if it's Uber Eats or if it's something else, if they'll bring something from Primanti over here, and I can have
I
one
don't
of their
know
sandwiches. It's Primanti is a local restaurant chain.
how far away is it.
Let's see, 3 or 4 miles.
Oh, that'll be fine. Like a lot of these places will have delivery limitations, like we won't go this far from your place, kind of thing. But 3 or 4 miles is no problem.
Yeah, I mean, I could walk there if I really wanted to, but uh, you know, whether I could get in and sit down and eat is another story. Um, but
Oh, no, you can't. I hope you can't sit down and eat.
yeah, I hope you can't either. Really, I mean, there are places that will do that where you actually can go in and sit down. Here in Pittsburgh, there are, and it's not a good thing. Um,
I'm not doing it during a pandemic. In fact, I'm very tempted to not go to my favorite Mexican joint until the pandemic's over because of the way they're letting people in.
oh, okay.
Like, and I mean, that's not a moral outrage thing. That's an I don't want to catch anything thing.
Right. Oh,
You know,
I got
it's
that before you even said it. Yeah.
well, sure, but you're not the only one watching this. You know, I mean, like, I could stand on principle and go, oh, you're letting people in with masks. How dare you be anti-maskers? Blah blah blah. But no, it's a matter of I don't want anyone coughing on my food. So
There you go. Oh, no, it's amazing that when I think about it, there's the Buffet up the hill that I really liked to go to. I have not been there in 8 months. Damn it.
probably for the best, given the way you've described eating there.
Yeah, you go up there, you fill your plate, you go back there, you eat it, you go there, fill your plate, come back there, eat it. Yeah, but 90,000 calories by the time you get through that. That's why I'm losing weight. That's what's happening.
Well, you know that like calories that you eat don't count if they come like in waves. It only counts if you eat it all at once.
Oh, okay. So 2 plates worth doesn't count as the same amount on one plate.
Well, no, I mean, if you brought both plates to the table at once, then the calories start to count. But one plate, no.
Oh, okay. Because that's the way you have to
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
kind of like It's kind of like if you eat an entire bag of Doritos in one sitting, that's bad. But if you eat them one or two at a time over the course of a whole day, nah, you're good.
Well, okay, if I try really, really hard, I could eat a bag, one or two at a time over the course of a whole hour.
Yeah, no, no, that doesn't count. No, no, it's got to be over the course of a whole day, or at least 5 hours.
Okay, then.
That's the only way that it doesn't count is if you go at least 5 hours, only one or two at a time. And it does not count if you eat the entire bag except for two and then wait for 5 hours to eat those two. That does
Oh,
not
you're no
count.
fun.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, there you go. You take one plate at a time, so you walk off the calories going back up and dishing out. And there's the thing here, okay? With the Chinese food, an hour after you eat it, you're hungry again. That means you don't keep the calories for more than an hour, right?
Actually, it's funny now that we're talking about this stuff. Um, like, not that they haven't always had this, but they packaged them better, is just standalone celery sticks. Like, for a while, I would buy, like, a big old stalk of celery, like the big thing, right? Where it's just, this is what they plucked out of the ground. But inevitably, there's like the lettucey bits up at the top, the leaves, and then in the center, there's little tiny yellow celery sticks that are basically inedible. This is just a pre-packaged Ziploc bag of celery sticks. And I've been eating that as a snack, and it's working out rather well. Especially since, like, there's a couple of things. Like, they scientifically prove that you use more calories digesting it than you get from it, number one. Number two, it's fairly cheap. Number three, it doesn't taste horrible. Number four, um, and this is going to sound so stupid, but the stringy bits, if they don't get lodged in between your teeth like dental floss,
Yeah.
you can just keep chewing them because they don't get soft. So it's like a cross between bubble gum and a cow chewing their cud. Um, you know, but I mean, a lot of times when I eat, it's just because I'm bored. It's sort of like they've done scientific studies. The reason why sometimes when we're busy we stick out our tongue is just to stop it from moving, because our tongues are actually constantly moving, and it's a distraction. Like when you have to turn on the radio to find directions, you know. Um, like even though the radio does not interfere with your looking at the map or the house numbers at all, you still turn it down to concentrate when you're busy.
Mm-hmm.
So chewing on celery strings long after the actual celery itself is gone is basically just the equivalent of that, you know?
Moo.
Yeah. Because, like, the girl who played Violet Beauregard in Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory actually got 13 calories, or cavities, not calories, 13 cavities from chewing gum through the whole movie shoot. And I'm thinking, this is like gum, but without all the sugar and chemicals.
Okay, then, yeah.
Good, but still.
Oh man, is could I not that to manage to making? No, I could not do that.
What?
I could not chew gum like that. No, 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 no.
Okay.
No, I've told you what my saliva does to gum, haven't I?
What?
I've told you what my saliva does to gum, haven't I?
Oh, yeah, a long time ago. I'd forgotten.
Yeah, it goes and it's like bleh. And
Hmm.
that's different to bleh. It's bleh rather than bleh.
Okay. There are certain kinds of gum I'm not a fan of because the flavor lasts all of 3 minutes. But other than that, like that zebra stripe gum, forget about it.
Oh, I remember that stuff. You mean that's still out there?
Um, I think so. Or it might be that they brought it back. A lot of stuff is coming back that used to be gone.
Okay, then. So what? They're bringing it back to keep the trademark or something.
Or maybe
Um,
it's just a lot of nostalgia. I mean, one thing that I've noticed is that we 80s kids have far more nostalgia than most of the rest of us.
Okay, is on that thing over here. Oh Lord. Um, yeah, okay, it's from Wrigley. 1.8 ounce pack of 12 for $12.
That sounds like some vintage shit right there. Like it's the last known box of this stuff. It's no good to chew, but if you're a collector,
Oh, what the heck is this? Fruit stripe gum. Jesus Christ. Uh, $51 for a carton of 24.
is it vintage?
It appears to be current production.
Really? Where are you finding this?
This is at Walmart.com.
And how many do you get?
Okay, it's a carton of 24 packs.
And how
So,
much was it?
$50.87.
Yeah, I can find it cheaper. I'm looking at a 12 pack for $18.
Okay, then. Sheesh. Well, I know, I'm old and all that stuff. I can remember it
Oh,
good.
wait, I take that back. I find it even cheaper.
Uh,
Um, 12 for 11.95 on Amazon.
okay, I might have sawed that one. Yeah, I did saw that one. Um, Jesus, I mean, I remember when you could get a pack of gum for a nickel, for Christ's sake. Um,
If the gum wasn't utter shit, I'd buy this just for nostalgia's sake. But it is utter shit, so I won't.
hmm
Oh wow, there's a gigantic tub of bazooka on here that you can buy. I wonder how much that goes for. 12.98. Wonder how much is in it.
I was going to
Uh,
ask if it said how many pieces.
whoa, 225. This thing has 225 of those little rectangular packs of bazooka gum.
Okay, 225 for $12.
Yeah, so it's 6 cents per.
Okay, so inflation hasn't totally killed it. I mean, it's only 6 times the price it was when he would stock that stuff in the store.
Hmm.
I called it penny candy for a reason.
Hmm. Still, I mean, that was how long ago? Somewhere in the 1930s?
Yeah, pretty much. No, this was, let me see here, 1966?
I wonder what other candy is out there that I've forgotten about that I wish I could get again.
Oh, I don't know. You ever do Smarties?
Oh, yeah, but they were basically barely flavored chalk.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, I take that back. You and I probably mean the same thing when we talk about Smarties. I seem to remember there was something, and it might have been Smarties, that me and Stool were talking about, where it's the same name, completely different candy over in the UK.
Oh, okay, okay. I may remember that I may remember that conversation. Yeah, yeah. Because when I say Smarties, I'm thinking of those discs of sugar with
In the
slightly.
little twisty wrapper,
Say again.
in the little twisty wrapper where the ends are twisted and you pull on them and it unwraps.
Yes. Uh huh.
Yep.
And then there's the other one with the candy dots. Remember those?
Oh, on the strip of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never liked those just because the paper kept coming up with
Uh
it.
huh. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know
Hmm.
whoever thought that was a good idea.
Yeah,
Let me think of what
that's not the
else.
candy that great. It was pretty unremarkable, in fact.
Let me think of what else was out there. Rolos.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Let's see. Well, the penny Tootsie Rolls.
yeah, I remember those. Never really liked Tootsie Rolls that much. I mean, they're not horrible, but they're not great.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you would call that type of candy. I know it was sort of kind of chocolate flavored, but I don't know what you would call the stuff
It,
that
you
the
know,
chocolate flavor was in.
honestly, the first thing to come to mind is taffy.
Okay, that would work. That would work.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the same as saltwater taffy, but it's fucking taffy.
Oh man, that's what I miss. Um, used to get saltwater taffy at an amusement park in the Cleveland area called Euclid Beach Park. Um, it was one of those neighborhood amusement parks, if you're familiar with the concept.
Not really.
It was definitely not a Cedar Point or a Kings Island or anything like that. It was just a few acres and not like half the size of Columbus. Um, and they were known. I mean, they had some signature rides and stuff, but you'd have the concessions where
Hmm.
you would get the cotton
The fried
candy and the
dough.
salt. Say again.
Fried dough.
Yep, that too.
Fried dough with the powdered sugar, and yeah, and I kind of want to slug people who call them elephant ears.
But yeah, for example, the saltwater taffy, they'd have a machine pulling the stuff, and you could see the machine in operation as you stood there and bought your bag of saltwater taffy.
Do that funky spinning deal.
Yes, yes, yes. Um, and then of course you could get the custard in the cone, and it was sort of like soft serve ice cream, but it had a different flavor. It would it was more
Frozen
like,
custard?
say again.
It's frozen custard?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! You know what I want all of a sudden is one of those like little Debbie moon pie type things. You know where it's
Oh,
got the custard inside.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't want one of those now, and it's all your fault.
Thank you. I am a sucker for Bavarian cream donuts. I could eat, like most of a dozen in one sitting if you let me. Um,
I like maple bars.
yeah, yeah, uh huh.
But then again, I was raised in Vermont, where we are known for our maple products.
Move beef.
And did you ever have that maple candy where it's basically like a little thing of maple sugar and it's been
Yes.
like, yeah, oh, I love that stuff.
Yum 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 yum. Did I mention yum? Yum yum
You
yum.
and I probably shouldn't have, but I was deeply, deeply curious and bought some of the limited edition maple Oreos, and those were really good too.
Oh, I don't think I remember seeing those.
Are in stores right now.
Yeah, I'll go looking. Give them a try. The one thing I
And as stupid and trendy as it may be, I wanted to see if there was any like non-dairy creamer for my coffee that was pumpkin spice flavor.
you and
I'm
Seth
sorry, I
Andrews with
love
the pumpkin
the,
spice.
like that pumpkin pie taste. I really like it.
Um,
I mean, the funny thing is, they have to call it pumpkin spice because there's nothing pumpkin about it. It's just the spices you put in pumpkin pie.
yeah. Now the one thing I have to admit I just don't like doing are the maple flavored breakfast sausages.
Hmm.
I've tr-
Okay.
I've tried them and they just don't work for me.
Maple glazed honey ham.
Huh. I don't know that I've ever had that.
Really? Oh, you need to try all of the sweet ham like lunch meats out there. Oh, so good.
I mean, I had a sugar glazed or a honey glazed ham from Honey Glazed Ham Incorporated way back when they first started marketing the shit.
Well, okay, but I'm not even talking brand name here. I mean, like any company will have the honey glazed ham. I recommend Boar's Head personally.
Okay, okay.
In fact, the imported Boar's Head Swiss cheese, oh, is to die for. Absolutely to die for.
Oh, now
It's
you're up
like
my
some of the
alley.
best Swiss cheese I've ever had. So, like, okay, picture this bagel, tiny, tiny, tiny glaze of mustard on it, like to the point where it barely colors it yellow. Now, slap on some of the honey glazed ham, maybe some honey glazed turkey, and then the imported Swiss. And if you have it, lettuce and tomato, but not required, and yum that shit right the hell down. Oh, it's so good.
It sound tasty. Yes, and so
It's
good for
tasty.
you.
Although, as much as I like the blackened chicken fettuccine that I get at that one Italian restaurant, the blackened turkey did not work so well. Like they
Okay,
had slices of it at the deli counter, not worth it.
okay.
Just saying.
Man, it's been a long time since I've bought any lunch meat. Um, I mean, not decades or anything like that. It's months, but um, I'd grab a couple packs of salami and a couple pounds of Swiss cheese and rye bread and make a salami and Swiss sandwich in the skillet. You know, put a little butter on and then fry it up and yeah. Okay,
Well,
I might have to do something about that again.
if we're going to talk about meat that ends in ami, give me pastrami instead of salami.
Ooh, I love pastrami. Yes, 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 yes.
You know, well, because you know how for a while there were a lot of foods that were seizure triggers, and among those, prominent among those, was ham. For a good long time, my sandwich options were sorely limited, right? Um, so I have been kind of going hog wild with the sandwiches lately.
That was a pun, right?
Actually, it wasn't. I mean, like dead serious. I've been going. Well, I mean, for a long time, my diet was very bland. There was just nothing really I could eat because variety often came with risks. Now I'm having to rediscover my food palette.
Okay, then. Yeah.
So, and it's slow going. I can't remember what I like anymore because I spent most of a decade not eating any of it.
Well, you never know. You might discover that you like things you didn't like then, or that you don't like things that you liked then.
Hmm. Well, goodness knows a lot of the sweet stuff, a lot of the desserty stuff, like the chocolate or the stuff that has caffeine in it, kind of tastes like barf now.
Okay.
Like, no, I'm serious. When I tried to have Pepsi for the first time, and I definitely preferred Pepsi to Coke back in the day, the first time I drank it, I was like, this is so weirdly bitter and gross. Why do I like this? Or why did I like this? And recently I tried to have some Mountain Dew and it was just too goddamn sweet. I ended up pouring it out, which back in college would have been unthinkable, blasphemy to pour out Mountain Dew.
I
But
can't remember the last time I had Mountain Dew.
uh, regardless, I don't like it now. It's too sweet.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
So
Oh,
yeah,
I know what you want for dinner. Yes, 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 yes. You
roast
want
suckling toddler.
who?
Roast suckling toddler.
Yeah, that would work. Or how about let's see, nice slices of pepperoni with the mozzarella cheese and the wonderful discs of pineapple. Just put them on, And let's see what else.
Sprinkle some dough on top of it.
Yeah, there you are.
But I would never eat pineapple with pepperoni. Pineapple only goes with ham. Anything else is an abomination.
But now I'm reminded again, and I was going to do it, and I forgot to do it. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I was going to buy a pineapple and bring it home and eat it. But I forgot again. It was like 3 times this week. I forgot.
I'd rather do that with a watermelon, honestly.
Okay, okay. Well, I've
I
got a
always like how
watermelon
much
over there.
moisture.
Hmm?
I always like how much moisture there is in watermelon. Like it made its own juice, basically.
It is juice. I mean, there's virtually
Well,
nothing solid in a watermelon.
but it's so crispy.
Mm-hmm. I've got a watermelon sitting over there, and if I decide to do it today, or if not today, I'll try it tomorrow. Grill the steak and grill some potatoes and grill some corn and what else was I going to have with it? I don't know.
Horny toad.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Watermelon. That's what I was going to have. Yes.
These are not meals by which one loses weight.
Right, right. Um, I don't know. I may have to starve myself for a couple of days. I seem to be nailed down between 200 and 205. This is what happens to me. I hit a plateau, and then who knows how long I stay there. Then I drop another couple, and then drop, 10 more. At this rate, I may be down to 180 in, I don't know, 2025,
You know what occurs to me? I think the reason I like watermelon, the same reason I like popsicles.
Oh,
Because, they're crispy.
mm-hmm.
And then when you like chew on them enough or suck on them enough, they start producing a beverage.
Chez Patron, yes. It is
You
the,
know,
it is the
because
tasty.
I've always been one to bite off a chunk of of a popsicle and then let it melt in my mouth rather than slurping on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Rather than simulating fellatio, I instead,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Oh,
I
my.
bet that there are some people out there who would absolutely love to see me pretend to do fellatio on a popsicle. I guarantee you there's people out there who, if I did that, they'd come in their pants.
Okay, then.
Which may sound a little arrogant, because honestly, I don't think I'm that amazing. But I know there's people out there who would watch that and go, because like, I remember there was one time I ended up joining a live stream. Like I got an invite to join a live stream, and I happened to have what was basically a Mexican otter pop still left, and people were watching me eat it and making rude comments.
Okay.
So I guarantee you, there's people out there where if I was eating a popsicle in front of them, they'd be like, "Oh." So
Now, when you're talking about a popsicle, are you talking about the things with the two sticks, and you put it
no,
over the corner of a table, and then
no.
no? It's
And
a
no one does that. They always just take the sticks and go,
Oh, okay. You got a cleaner break if you did it on the edge of a table.
yeah, but how do you make bets then?
Yeah, okay.
You know, I mean, it's like Summer's Wishbone.
Yeah.
That sounds like a damn good name for an album.
Okay.
Summer's Wishbone.
Yeah.
I'm picturing sort of new agey soft jazz music
Okay, sort of, let's see, a straight soprano sax.
of Kenny G
Ah,
playing.
yes, yes, yes. That's what
I
was in
got
my
a
head.
that's the kind of thing I'm picturing. Is yeah. I mean, I'd never listened to Summer's Wishbone, but it still sounds like the name of an album.
You got me wondering now if Mr. Gorlick is still out there or if he's retired.
I'm assuming that's Kenny G's
Yeah,
name that the G stands for.
yeah.
Oh,
Okay, let's see. Tu stipe tratta. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on. Years active 73 to 82 with a group, 82 to present solo. Okay.
so present, yes, okay, still around. I don't know. Like I could identify exactly one of his songs, and that's because it's the song that everyone played to make fun of him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of music,
Yes.
I think remember we were talking to Stool last week about like the British songs and all that, and he had one called like Rule Britannia or Hail Britannia or something.
Yeah, that's the one that got that. That's the one that got that show partially blocked.
And I was trying to remember what the tune was that I thought was the one that they play every time the Queen shows up, and I remember it now. It's the one that goes da 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 da
That's
da da.
that's
That one.
Rule Britannia. Yeah,
So what was the one he was playing? Because it wasn't that.
the one he played at one point I know was Pomp and Circumstance. Edward Elgar.
No, that was the one I played.
Okay, so
That was the
he
one I played because I was
Land of
trying to
Hope.
remember.
He was playing something called Land of Hope and Glory.
Was it okay? But I mean, honestly, like I was trying to remember the Rule Britannia song and kept getting mixed up. I think maybe it was the group singing it called Rule Britannia,
Rule
and that's how I
Britannia,
was trying
Britannia, rule the waves. Ne- Britons never, never, never shall be slaves.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, I thought that was I don't know. It doesn't matter. I was mistaken, but that's what I was mistaken about was that song.
Definite.
I remember the first time I encountered that song, I was playing the video game Ultima 5, of all things. Like the people who made it seem to be like weapons grade Anglophiles. I know they're not from England, I'm pretty sure they're from California, but like the main king of this land of Ultima was known as Lord British, right?
Okay,
If
then.
I remember the story right, he was actually a dude from our reality who got trapped in that reality and made himself king or something like that. And now you are the avatar, which basically means like, oh yeah, you, the person at the computer, are controlling the character that got into the world, but it's not just that that's the character you are, it is your avatar in another dimension kind of thing. Like that was supposed to be built into the story. But through the whole thing, they played like this stereotypically British music through the whole thing, and one of them was Rule Britannia.
Moo. I think it's Moo. Gotta be Moo.
Anyway,
Anyway. I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no idea.
the reason I brought up the sandwich stuff is I'm pretty sure I still have a bagel. I could have that bagel instead of making real food.
Oh my. It's been a few months since I've had a bagel. But
And
that
I'm
does
sure
remind me, I have some rye bread here.
so bread with a bit of an attitude.
Hmm. And I should eat it before some mold decides that it wants to take up residence.
Some what decides?
Mold.
Oh, mold. Okay.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. Of course, I might still go out because darn it, it's in my head now. I want either popsicles or watermelon or possibly both.
Yeah, okay. That's it. A watermelon popsicle. Yeah,
Sure,
they're out there.
I will probably, if I find that, maybe I'll get it. And maybe I'll get it with the lime popsicles I like so much.
Ooh, okay. You know what I haven't seen in ages? I think I've talked about this before, and you didn't know what the hell I was talking about. Is a 7-Up popsicle.
Never seen that.
Yeah, it's a popsicle made with 7-Up syrup.
Still never seen it.
Yeah, when I was a kid, they were really popular. I don't know if they're still
Oh,
out there.
well, that might explain it.
Yeah,
I mean,
when I was a kid back in the 20s.
yeah. Uh, well, let's see. I'm seeing a lot of homemade 7 Up popsicles, but I don't see any name brand popsicles.
Okay then. Now you got me curious. I has to see if is the thing. Is it the thing or is it on the thing? Is am I not knowing? Um, to see if there's anything that'll give me a the original popsicle. Enjoy all of our flavors. Oh Jesus.
Were they popsicle brand?
I don't remember if they were popsicle brand. I actually do not remember.
Okay. Well, let's see. It says here in the 70s, 7 Up popsicles. So maybe that's what I'm about to see. Were they light green?
A very, 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 very light green. They were almost white.
So yes, then. Um, huh. I'm seeing a comment here. If you're near a Kroger store, why, yes, I am. Try the Kroger brand red, white, and blue Mighty Pops. The center white lemon portion tastes just like what I remember for the 7 Up Pops of the 60s.
Okay then. Wait a minute. Where are this? There's this thing. Okay, so wait a minute. Let's go to the image.
I'll be right back.
Is the fufunes.
Making
My.
with down sitting, making with the picking up of the tray on which the laptop rests, making of the putting it over my knees, making with the turn the camera back on, and
Moo.
bagel.
Yay, bagel. Okay, in the side chat is a URL to pictures of they look like the 7-Up Pops I remember. And then I will put it over here as well.
Okay, they just look like popsicles.
Yeah, I said, yeah, they're off-white, but they do look like the Pops. And they might actually, yeah, they might be Popsicle brand because that was the shape that Popsicle brand popsicles took.
Hello, Xander.
Okay, so you remember them in the 80s. Okay.
Hmm.
Доброжнее.
Mm-hmm.
I see a kitty.
Mm-hmm.
There is a kitty face. Does this kitty face have an eye on a bagel?
Well, this kitty is curious. Also, Xander is not kitty face, only Columbia is kitty face.
Oh, okay then.
Xander is buddy boy.
Oh, like a chip buddy?
What?
You remember Howard talking about those, the sandwiches made with French fries?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Yeah, there's Xander too.
Poo poo. Oh, you're welcome, honey. I've
Hmm?
almost, I've almost got all of the contents of the dead backup drive on one of the machines here, and I am using the system that lives on the drive that you sent me. So we're getting there. We're getting there. I just have to make it look pretty now.
To whom were you talking?
Oh, I'm talking to Omega Nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, Omega asked a couple times about how the recovery's coming. Yeah, we're functionally there. We're just going to make it pretty. And then we try to start thinging the thing and see if we can thing the thing. Because the thing does need, it does need thing.
Does it though? I mean, how useful would Thing really be in this situation? It's just a hand.
Yeah, true, true. The worst thing, well, not one of the worst things the Addams Family film ever did was take Thing out of the box.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that was the whole thing. It was so cool the way Thing would open up the box and hand Morticia the mail or whatever it is. Where in the film you had this disembodied hand running down the street, and it just wasn't the
What's wrong with
same.
that?
It was,
I mean, they were overcoming the limitations of special effects from when it was new.
the only thing you had going there back in the Addams Family of 1965 was you wondered, you couldn't quite see how all the boxes were connected. So you wondered how Thing got around the house.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I watched a couple of episodes. It was like streaming on Netflix or something. It was all right. I don't know. I don't know
Oh,
why
it's
people thought it was special. I honestly liked the Munsters better.
oh, okay, okay. Well, I mean, the Addams Family was definitely a kids show, you know.
Like the Munsters wasn't.
Well, that too.
It just, I don't know. I mean, I liked Gomez's sense of humor, but the rest of the show was, eh.
I mean, the one thing that I did wonder, well, another thing that I did wonder then, was, you know, Gomez would get all excited about the stock taking a downturn. And I'm thinking about, well, wait a minute. If he's so excited about losing money that he wants to do that all the time, how do they eat?
Probably by robbing graves.
Oh, okay. What did Graves have to say about that, though? You've worked with him. You know, you were on the show. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Heard about this story of Sophie, 9-year-old girl. Her father released a video of having to take her back to her mother's, where she said her mother's boyfriend was molesting her. What is going on here with that? And What's going on with that? Okay, flip. There goes the piece of bagel. One of her little brothers tested positive for cocaine and marijuana. Okay.
And she's 9. Egad.
Scheisse.
I remember reading a story about some girl who like developed really early and ended up getting pregnant at like 9 years old. I'm sitting here thinking, you and your kid are gonna be in school at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, imagine telling everyone that your mom is in high school.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, mom's in high school, kids in first grade.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how fucked up is that? How fucked up is it to tell your high school friends, no, I can't go with you to the football game. I have to pick up my kid
Yeah, there you go.
from first grade. Of course, that's not the most fucked up part about it. I'm just picturing the
Yeah, I'm
part
thinking
that's
about the most fucked up
quirky.
part of it too, and you kind of hesitate to even put the question.
I was just pointing out the really unusual, quirky parts.
Mm-hmm. And then there's that Brazilian girl who got pregnant at the age of 5.
I think I heard something about that. I can't imagine that went well.
No, it did not go well at all. No.
Mm,
I mean, I
I
think
don't know.
she delivered herself of a healthy baby, but I think it was via C-section, and she was under medical observation almost constantly.
Hmm. I can't imagine how a 5-year-old delivers a baby. It would have to be C-section, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, a kid would have to be wider than the pelvic floor.
Mm-hmm. There was this like anti-trans rant that someone went on about how like there's never been a successful transplant of a uterus into a genetic male. Men can't have babies because they don't have a uterus and they don't have the pelvis. They don't have a pelvis. And
Ha!
like I want to be charitable and interpret that as don't have the right shape pelvis or something rather than don't have one at all. But taking the words literally, it sounds kind of goofy.
I could just
So,
see trying to attach the femurs directly to the sacrum. It's like doesn't work that well.
but if you're watching this out there and you're a boy, you have no pelvis. Just remember
Yes,
that.
yes.
Pelvises, guys don't have them. You think that Eve was made out of Adam's rib? Nuh-uh, out of his pelvis.
Bushy. Yeah, and
I'm
then
just
there
saying.
you go. I mean, for these transphobes out there, Eve was made from Adam's rib. Eve had a XY karyotype. Guess what? Uh,
Well, and of course they had 3 sons.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Never mentions a daughter.
Yeah. Take that to its logical conclusion, there, guys.
It's kind of like that picture of the animals going into Noah's Ark and both the lions have names.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I wonder if the person who painted that picture was like deeply embarrassed.
Or too stupid to even know what even once told.
I mean, I guess, but still. Like I have to wonder, there's someone out there going, "Ooh, I kind of laid an egg on that one. Shit the bed just a little, I did."
Yeah. I could just see the person being told and answering, "Well, how are they going to know it's a lion if it doesn't have a mane?" Yeah, sure.
Gee, it's next to another lion that does have a mane, and they're being led up there two by two. People will figure it out.
Yeah, taya corastu, whatever that meant.
There's no, like, if you were a complete and total sex phobe, the way Christians seem to be, there is no way to portray that scene that doesn't violate something Christians care about. Like,
Uh huh.
you put a male and a female lying next to each other, it'll remind the kids of sex, and so we can't have that. But if we put two lions that are the same sex next to each other, it reminds kids of homosexuality, and we can't have that either. There is no good path if you're a Christian.
Mm hmm. Mm hmm. So I guess the way to take care of that is just to set all the Christians on fire.
Well, I can think of worse solutions. Ooh, excuse me, my word.
Yeah, just don't let Mom Nato hear me say that.
Huh?
Yeah, just don't let Mom Nato hear me talking about setting all the Christians on fire.
I'm missing a reference.
Mom Nato's Christian.
Oh, oh, sorry, I was picturing Mama Atheist.
Oh, no, 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 no. Manda is definitely not Christian. No.
Hmm. Um, okay, well that makes more sense.
Da Prajnie.
I was confused because it didn't
And
make any sense.
and dazed?
No,
No. So
not even night.
Robert Plant could stay home.
Okay,
Dazed and confused. Led Zeppelin.
okay. I don't listen to Led Zeppelin.
Oh.
The only bit of media I know of, and it's probably based on the song, that's called Dazed and Confused, is a bad 90s movie that was set in the 70s. Yeah, that was one thing that kind of pissed me off in the 90s was that 70s nostalgia was everywhere. And I was like, we're probably going to jump straight from 70s to 90s the way my luck runs. But no, thankfully, 80s nostalgia is here and it's everywhere. And us 80s kids are pretty rabid about it. So, yay. But for a while there in the 90s, between like Dazed and Confused and that 70s show and a few others, it was 70s everywhere. And to be perfectly honest, there were only two good things to come out of the 70s.
Okay, I can think of one of them.
Yeah, and the other one is me.
That's the one I was thinking of in the first place.
Nah, you meant Star Wars. Well, I take that back actually. Close Encounters was 1977 as well. So, three things.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Meow, 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 meow. Yeah. I can still play that on the keyboard. I remember the notes. It was like DECCG. That was it. Of course, I probably did not just describe the actual notes because what do I know about middle C? But still, it was DECCG.
Okay then, that works.
Xander, you silly little muppet. You want your head scritchied, don't you? There's your head scritchies, yeah. There's your head scritchies. Oh, you cute little yawning kitty, you.
Meow.
Wajja, wajja, wajja. Oh, washa. And now you're licking my wrist.
Meow.
Slurp, 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 slurp. You know, it's a shame that Xander's I'm terrified face is so adorable.
Oh, so you just love terrifying him, huh?
Well, there's one thing he really doesn't care for, and that's if you pick him up, flip him over, and then start petting him like this. He hates it. And if you won't let him get away, eventually he makes that terrified face, and it's really adorable. But at the same time, it's also super mean. So
Yes.
I don't do it anymore. But, the first like couple of times I did that, and I saw that look on his face, I was like, oh God, I'm so sorry you're deathly afraid, but that is so cute. And he's back to slurping my forearm.
I don't know about you, kitty.
I suppose it's possible I just need to bathe more.
Hmm.
But he's showing me affection. As I understand it, cats don't lick you unless they love you.
Or they're really
So,
hungry.
well, that too. But Xander has shown me that he loves me, my little cutie. Aw. And don't worry, as soon as you learn not to jump up on the counter, the shock collar will come off. So here's a question, and it's a silly, stupid question.
Oh,
So,
yay. Those are the best
answer
kind.
is irrelevant. But if we were to, like, as like a mandatory thing, if you're going to be in public office, you absolutely have to be fitted with a shock collar where if you lie, it will zort you. Like any kind of non-truth, and it will be painful for you. So, will the politicians A, stop lying, or two, learn to power through the pain so they can keep lying?
Oh, absolutely. Number two. Oh, yeah.
Mhm. We'll see an increase in Zen Buddhists in Congress. They're meditating away the pain. Centering their chi on the floor of Congress.
Cheese on the floor of Congress? Hey, that sounds interesting. No.
No.
I don't know. I'm not so much worried about the politicians anymore as I am about the electorate.
I'm worried about the politicians because they're doing everything they can to make sure the electorate has no say.
Well, when the electorate does have a say, they pick the worst possible option. I mean, look at 2016.
Yeah, but it would probably be a gazillion times worse if they didn't have a say. I mean, let's put it this way. Who would you rather trust to pick the next politician? Another politician or Bob down the street?
Hmm. In which country do you find the politician who's picking the other
We're in this
politicians?
country. We're in the US, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I could see German politicians picking the American politicians. That would work.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about American people picking American politicians.
Okay, then let's just go without politicians.
Yeah, not an option. You got to pick one or the other. Do politicians pick the next leaders or do the people?
Wow, it's a tough call.
Not for me, it's not. I don't want politicians picking who's in power next because now they don't even have to pretend to placate us. I mean, if you give them the opportunity to pick the next leaders, they're just going to pick the people that'll make them rich. And that's it. At least now there's a pretend check and balance against that bullshit with the vote. We don't let people vote. I don't want anything to do with the government like that.
Okay, that's the problem I am. That's the problem I'm seeing is that you give somebody the franchise and they'll squander it. I mean, again,
Yes, but
look at 2016. Look at Kentucky for the last 40 years. Look at what else do we have?
but do you honestly think it would be better if the voters weren't involved?
I don't think it would be better, but I'm not sure it would be that much worse.
Oh, I think it'd be infinitely worse. Infinitely.
I mean, what I think we really, 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 really need here is we need here in the U.S. an autocracy with me as the autocrat.
Oh gosh, we do not. Me as the autocrat, maybe, but no.
Me with the power of life and death in my hands. How do you like that idea?
I already have the power of life and death in my hands. It's just not a power I can use openly.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know, I'm willing to bet that my autocratic administration could definitely have done a better job faking Jeffrey Epstein's death.
There you go. Yeah.
You know, if I was in charge, no one would be saying it wasn't suicide, I guarantee it.
Oh. Tayo Corastu. And then
Hmm.
there's this cat.
Yeah. Xander's cleaning his inner thighs again. I really hope that's not how a neutered male cat masturbates. Well, Tony, I seem to remember reading somewhere that eunuchs actually can have sex. That it's just they can't reproduce.
Oh, okay.
Like lopping off the nads does not prevent erections.
Okay, that could make some sense. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess I get it because when they would make eunuchs out of people so they wouldn't breed, it didn't necessarily mean that they weren't going to have sex. I guess it was more a matter of paternity than anything else. Maybe. I don't know. Let me look. Can you set it up with the thing? And survey says, oh, here we go. Studies have also been done that show the with increased stimulation, a castrated man can actually get an erection, have sex, and orgasm. Although ejaculate, which would be minimal in volume and not contain any sperm.
Okay, then.
So yeah, it does look like castrated dudes can have themselves a little bit of the rumpy pumpy. Wow, figures that an article called My Life as a Eunuch would be from Florida. Hmm. I mean, I've heard of like guys being natural castrati. You know,
Okay.
like I remember hearing just this unearthly voice coming out of this like 40-year-old dumpy looking man. It was crazy. Let's see. Oh, it's one of these ones that starts with a story. This My Life as a Eunuch article here. You know, it's like, oh, I'm not going to just get into the facts. No, I'm going to spend 3 paragraphs describing an anecdote from my life. Oy.
Eek.
You know, maybe it's just me, but this has to be a fake name. Because maybe it's just me, but there's no way a castrated guy just happened to have the last name Gelding. I'm just saying, that's not possible. Too many coincidences would have to happen.
Is this one of those fetish sites? Suddenly became quite quiet.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Okay, it's not quiet anymore. Okay.
Wow. Uh, this one paragraph, my word, says gelding is a cutter, which in body modification circles means he castrates other men. He's also a eunuch himself. After decades of obsessing over his balls and a botched attempt at cutting them off that could have killed him, he was finally castrated in 1994. Oh, yeah. For legal reasons, Gelding, 54, didn't want his real name used for this story. But he's a legendary figure in the eunuch subculture where he acts as a kind of den mother for the genitally obsessed, someone a man can turn to when he decides the cojones need to go.
Okay. Okay.
And I also have to resist calling them co-Jones just because I think it's funny.
There you are.
Huh.
Well, I guess that's what you would probably have if you had two of them or more. Yeah, you wouldn't have a solo Jones anymore. You'd have to have a co-Jones.
So what I'm wondering is how much, like, can you still bring a guy to his knees if you knee him where the nards should be, but they're not there anymore?
Interesting question.
Hmm.
Also, one to which I don't have an answer.
Well, I wonder a lot of things where it's like, how do you ever answer that one? You know?
Hmm. Yeah, then there's the times you just sit around with nothing to do and you think of questions and you think of, okay, how do you get these how do you ask these questions without getting arrested? You know?
Hmm. Sorry, I'm reading this article and it's kind of fucked up.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
there's something people won't use as ammunition. Turns out the dude that they're talking about here, the one who had his nads lopped off, was, well, he's gay. And I'm sure that if a Christian reads this article, they're going to go, see how sick gay people are.
Hmm.
You know, if the dude was straight, it'd give him less place to go. Huh. Gelding has told his story to psychiatrists who posited that castration is a form of revenge on his parents for pressuring him to procreate, that it could be an expression of self loathing, or that it's the manifestation of a deep seated desire to be a woman. Interesting. Oh, but the explanations don't seem to fit. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking, how would castration fit in the paradigm of wanting to be a woman if that's all you do? If you get where I'm going there.
I'm sorry, I reached a really twisted paragraph. What was that?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how getting your nuts removed be a manifestation of wanting to be a woman if that's all you do.
Well, they
Uh,
did say that the explanations don't fit, so
Moof beef.
that's why that chord is so okay. Oh, that's much better. Sorry, there was a cord pressing against my knees. That didn't make sense. Turns out I was caught under the tray my laptop was on. Um, I don't know. I mean, hell, right here, by the early 90s, Gelding had already decided he had to be castrated. Unlike his doctors, he was not prone to deep introspection on the issue. He simply decided it was time for the boys to go. Now, here's a quote. How can you assign a logical reason to a desire to be castrated, he asks. Well, apparently none of this shit's logical. So, trying to find a reason why wanting, like a cis dude wants his nads removed and trying to make that vaguely trans related. I mean, I guess you can kind of get it because A, not rational, and two, it's still about, genitals. This is fucked up though. His first attempt, because apparently he did this on his own without a doctor, his first attempt was in 1991. After dipping his scrotum in ice water to numb it, he tied off his testicles with rubber bands and cut off 2/3 of his scrotum with a knife. He was in the throes of a sexual frenzy and felt little pain. It was like I was outside my body, he recalls. That's one fucked
Hey,
up paragraph right there.
wow.
But he was in trouble. You're in a state of sexual excitement, and then your body exhausts the supply of adrenaline. It simply can't continue anymore, and you go into clinical shock, which is just about what happened. Okay. Seems strange to me. Like, okay, number one, imagine if, like, this dude having his nads cut off was the only way he could get off, but he can only do it once.
Yeah, it's kind of limited there.
You know? Oh dear, oh dear. Though close to shock, he maintained his composure long enough to pack a few things and take a cab to the emergency room. The Catholic surgeon on duty made no effort to disguise his disdain. He was extremely irate and he was rather brutal in his treatment of me, Gelding says. He didn't take any measures to stop the blood flow. Huh,
Sounds a little like he was hoping that Gilding would die.
maybe.
I mean, I could. I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, what did the backseat of that cab look like?
Yeah, that is a question, isn't it? I don't know.
Could you,
Probably like the back seat of a cab where suddenly you realize you're out of tampons.
okay, that's a possibility there. But I don't know. You're out of tampons. You're still not going to leave. Like I don't know, most of a gallon of Type O in the upholstery.
So a gallon of the wrong letters on the couch.
There you go.
Uh, hmm. Interesting. Says here, life as a eunuch has been good, which is an odd sentence to read. Gilden controls his own sex drive with bi-weekly testosterone injections. All right.
All right.
Interesting. Okay. Um, Best of all, he doesn't have to think about his balls anymore. On a recent sunny Saturday afternoon, Gelding, in the nude, answers a knock on his front door. He just moved into a new house and is remodeling the bathroom. This is my painting outfit, he explains, stepping aside. This way I don't get all sweaty. From a pragmatic standpoint, painting in the buff makes sense. It's easier to wash the paint off your skin after all than out of your clothes, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't really explain what the person at the door thought. I wonder if any guys like get fake nads installed just so they don't look weird in the shower at the gym.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh oh dear. Dude's also a piercer. Like they're
Oh my.
talking here about the amount of steel just in his Johnson. And I'm like, wow. Of course, dude's only got 4 tattoos. I got you beat by 6, boy.
Yeah, Purple, Kate's been having video problems with the, what is that thing that you're using?
It's a Chromebook.
Chromebook.
Yeah, if I am not in the tab for this specific, like this specific tab for the live stream, everything goes like crazy pants on me.
Oh,
But
casa de Petronda.
cut! On his right calf is a tattoo of a testicle speared by a sword over the word eunuch.
Oh, Lord.
I should get leg tats. I only have like torso and arm tats. Wonder what I would get. That's part of the problem. Like I haven't gotten a tattoo in years, not since this, simply because I don't have a design in mind, and there's no point in getting a tattoo just for the sake of it.
Right.
I wonder how many people have gotten wide load tattooed on their ass.
Probably more than I want to think about.
Hmm. Jeepers.
Moo?
Well, I'm looking here. Gilding says he acquired his skills by assisting other cutters and with the help of a lover who happened to be a veterinarian. Wow. He performed his first procedure in 1978, his last one about 3 months ago. By now, he's probably castrated 50 men, though he stopped counting at 35.
Okay, then.
These days, he's a reluctant cutter because he doesn't trust his own motives. For him, the act of cutting is half altruism, half sexual fantasy. In his book, it's okay to help someone out. This is why he performs castrations for free, notwithstanding small gifts that might help defray the cost of traveling. But if he cuts because it's a turn on, he's crossed the line. And it talks about how that distinction became clear for him.
Okay, then.
Oh my. The distinction became clear for him a few years ago when he castrated an S&M slave at the behest of the slave's master. Whose idea was it, Gelding asked rhetorically, the slave or the master? Is the slave fixing something and it is a good thing to do, or is this an idea that comes from the master? In this case, it was the master's idea, and he had set up the whole scene, the whole situation. He explained in a logical, plausible manner that it was the boy's idea, that he wanted to make the ultimate sacrifice to bond their relationship. Didn't that make it the slave's idea, not the master's? The phrasing seems to contradict itself. But, I mean, given what little I know about BDSM, if it wasn't the slave's idea, the bottom's idea, the master would not be doing it. But like literally, the master is there to serve the needs of the slave, even though it doesn't look like it.
Or it just could be totally fucked up. And this might not be a what the hell would you want to call it? Would you want to call it an ethical BDSM relationship? One that goes by the rules.
Well, I mean, as I understand it, like the bottom is technically in control. If nothing else, they have the safe word that means immediate stop. So if anything goes over the line for them, they can tell you to knock it off, and you kind of have to agree if you're the top.
Well,
but then again, I could be mixing up topping from the bottom. I'm not sure.
Well, what I'm trying to think of.
I'm not into BDSM, so I don't remember all these things exactly.
Well, what I'm trying to think of here is how often you run into a situation where, okay, let's try to assign names or labels here so we know what we're talking about. Let's refer to the top and the bottom as you were before, where the slave and the master. Let's do it that way. Where the slave is supposed to be the one in control and the master serves the needs of the slave. What if you've got a situation where the master is the one in control and is keeping the slave captive one way or another with whatever it takes, such that the slave has more to lose than he, she, it, whatever, would ever want to lose and stay alive, were were this not to continue. Am I getting the point across or no?
Well, I think most of the people I know who are into BDSM would have said that's not doing it right.
Oh, I know it's not doing it right.
Okay,
Absolutely. Yeah.
okay.
But I mean, how many times do you run into a situation that's as diabolical as the one I described?
Pretty
Um,
much never.
Say again?
Pretty much never.
Okay, okay, because I didn't know, if there was a significant number, and that significant number could be two for all I know.
Oh,
But
okay. You asked, the phrasing of your question made it sound like you were asking me personally.
oh, right, right. No, this is in general, rhetorically, agfoically, something like that.
Oh dear, okay. I just reached one sentence. According to gelding, this is the proper way to perform a castration, and I'm done reading.
All right.
Oh,
Does it
merciful Zeus,
involve a
paragraphs
Dremel?
and paragraphs on how to castrate a guy.
I just want to know if it involves a Dremel.
You can find that one out for yourself.
Okay.
Hmm. Oy, I hate it when people say I could care less. How much less could you care?
I know. Okay, so I get on the side chat over here.
Geez.
Sipropol
Okay.
is to saying, and unfortunately, there are a lot of abusive assholes who get into BDSM and call themselves Dom as a cover for abusing their partners.
How
Uh,
far are you from Philly?
well,
How far are you from Philly?
me, I'm across the state.
Okay. Well, I was just looking here and it mentions a dude in Philadelphia who somehow managed to be like Captain Legal Castration here.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
For the record,
Philadelphia's on the
oh,
Philadelphia's on the coast. I'm almost in Ohio.
ah, as I said, for the record, the safest way to get castrated is to visit Dr. Felix Spector, a kindly 82-year-old Philadelphia physician who has carved out a special niche for himself. He's probably the only doctor in the nation who will handle voluntary castrations, very few questions asked. Most balk at removing healthy tissue, believing it to be a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. So if you want them off and you want a licensed physician wielding the scalpel, Dr. Spector is your man. All right. Apparently,
Move.
let's see, it's $300 non-refundable deposit against $1,600 to get them locked.
Okay.
Says here he's performed. Uh, uh, I don't know. I don't think this is how you're supposed to phrase it. It says performed his first transsexual operation, a gender transition or something. I don't fucking know what you call it these days. The terms change with the tide. Um, let's see, it's where was I? Oh yeah, in 1957. And he knows anatomy, can prescribe real painkillers, and knows what to do if things go wrong. The procedure takes about an hour, and the patient can go home the next day. Spector performs about 7 orchidectomies a month. None of my patients has ever had any problems that I know of, he says.
Wow, almost two a week. Wow.
Oh, you should see how many LASIK procedures they do where I got mine done. It's like LASIK takes 15 minutes to complete, maybe, and they're doing them just like constantly in, out, in, out, in, out, people getting their eyes snipped. So.
Okay then. Um, I have to wonder how many of the people that go to this guy are, I'll say, castrati, and how many are transies that can't afford everything, but that they want to get at least the balls cut off.
Did they do that?
I know of cases where that happens, um, but I don't know how many there are.
This is okay. There's like they're getting into the motives of guys doing this, and I don't really know, says Bob Capehart, an amiable 60-year-old from Gainesville who traveled to Mexico this past March to have his testicles removed, his penis shortened by 4 inches, and a new opening creating in his urethra. That's probably supposed to be created. It says creating, and a new opening created in his urethra. It just got to the point where I said, to hell with it. I don't want to put up with it anymore. I had been thinking about it for a long, long time anyway. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Individually, the 3 procedures would have cost $11,500, but Capehart got a deal, a package price of $6,000.
Oh, what a bad pun.
Yeah, well, I didn't choose those words, they did. Oh my gosh. Thus far, the only downside has been the hourly hot flashes he has to endure.
Eek.
Wonder if getting a hot flash is anything like getting the sweats after doing a shit ton of marijuana.
Now give it a while for menopause to set in. You'll find out.
Probably coming sooner than I think.
Oh my.
Now, if anything, isn't this late?
Well, back when I was in school, first time, my girlfriend's mother was still fertile at 54.
Okay. Can happen in your 40s or 50s, but the average age is 51 in the United States. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see here. So, what else do we have? Uh, he got married and divorced. He took a male lover, but the thought of castration never left his mind. It's the presence in his underwear that he can't stand.
Okay.
Wonder how many of these people are just ADHD and can't take the distraction?
It's an interesting thought.
I mean, well, let's put it this way. Like, I've rollerbladed naked in parades. Well, after a while, swinging starts to be uncomfortable, right? And very distracting. And I imagine guys probably swing more because the girls are usually nailed down by a sports bra. They're not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of these days, someone's going to have to explain to me this whole thing about boxers versus tighty whities. And what the hell are boxer briefs? Are they different from boxers, or is that just a longer name for them?
Isa my no to knowing. Oh my. What happens if okay. Ah, that must be the full name.
Okay.
Um,
Because I remember Louis C.K. in one of his routines referring to boxer briefs as a compromise.
oh, here we go. Boxer briefs are a hybrid type of men's undergarment which are long in the leg. Where's they're but tight fitting like briefs. They emerged as a style in 1990s and are commonly worn for sports and as everyday underwear.
Okay.
Wolf beef. Yeah, talk about moving the beef.
Well, this is an unfortunate sentence. Through castration, Gelding has also come to know himself.
Okay. How many of these sentences are not unfortunate choices of words?
Well, you never know with Miami, now do ya?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Hmm.
Da pražnje.
Hmm. 2 o'clock. I should probably do more than this today. I do have that Japanese lesson later today. It's actually my first free trial session because I don't know if I'm going to connect with this teacher, you know?
Okay.
So,
Is can I under
yeah.
is can I understand? Yeah, I was kind of hoping, not necessarily a hire a teacher type thing, but I was hoping for a online group in German language, and unfortunately nobody was showing up. So, what are you gonna do?
Well, get an individual teacher, I guess. Verbaling.com.
Verbaling.
Verbling. Verbling. Verbling.
Huh? Move, beef. It's the move and the beef, and the veal and
And
the pork.
some people don't charge a lot, but some people charge $40 an hour. The average seems to be about 30.
Okay, then. No, I still haven't freed up that much. I'm working on freeing up some dollars, but haven't freed up $30 a month yet.
Hmm. Well, and if you ever do, I would recommend getting, say, like Netflix or Hulu instead.
Moo.
But then again, I like fiction a lot more than you. Everyone keeps trying to get me to watch this Lucifer show. I almost don't want to just to spite them.
No, wait a minute. What do I deserve thanks for? I can't think of anything.
I don't know, maybe it's someone in the audience who wants to be castrated and is thanking me for telling them they're not alone.
Oh,
Because
okay.
that article was interesting, and I bet you there's someone in your audience who's that twisted.
It's, Santi says, thank you, Amiga Nuts. And Amiga says, Diana deserves the thanks. Is it okay? For what? I don't know.
See, now Xander has decided he's not going to be in the room anymore, but Columbia, on the other hand, has decided she will be in the room, but not lap sits.
Oh, come on up. Oh, look at the Columbia kitty.
But
Yay.
not so much with the lap sittings. So,
Well,
I need
Amiga,
to
no, this is just me bloviating, really. Oh, look, Von Rick showed up. Hi, honey.
hello, Von Rick. How the Hades are ya? By the way, that stuff you sent did arrive, and thank you. But I'm not going to be able to mention it for a while on my actual channel because my computer died, and it probably won't be back up for a couple of days. Hopefully before Friday.
Da Shepetron double kolegita. Okay, Santi.
Also, for those who arrived recently, I don't have access to the chat at a moment, so anything you say is going to have to go through Diana.
And anything Kate says can and will be used against her.
Yeah, but probably not in a court of law.
Right.
You know, I've often wondered,
Yes.
like, what if they get to the end of the Miranda rights and they get to the, do you understand these rights as I've said to you? And the person they're arresting looks up at them and goes, Nandeska? Like they don't speak the language, or maybe they're like special, like short bus special, and
Yeah.
so they really genuinely didn't understand a word you just fucking said. What happens? Does it matter that they didn't understand? Is there some sort of like, well, they didn't understand, so we gotta let them go?
Well, I have to wonder, knowing how many dicks are on the force, that they would simply say, I don't believe you, and just go about their business. Or um, say, I don't believe you, and are thinking, oh, we can really take this one for a ride.
Well, no, I'm not asking necessarily about the individual officer. I'm wondering what the legal precedent is.
I don't know. I really don't.
So,
Yeah, because the
yeah.
whole thing, my understanding of the Miranda card, you've got to read that to them on site as you are performing the arrest. Um, so you can't take them down to the station and have somebody read the Miranda rights in Hungarian or whatever the hell it is, because
I guess.
at that point you've taken them into custody.
But what if they really are like nonverbal or something? Like they're just that special.
Yeah, that's the other one. Um,
Like, remember that one dude who got shot because he was trying to explain to police officers that the mentally challenged kid was just playing with a toy bus?
I think I vaguely remember this.
Yeah, it was this one dude. He's like, I work with these kids. They're special needs. They don't understand, and he's not even holding a weapon. It's a toy bus or train or something. And the dude's literally lying on the ground, like face down on the ground, and he's like 40 feet from the police officers. Like nobody is in any imminent danger at all. And then something happened. I don't even remember what that startled one of the officers, and he let fly and ends up just shooting the guy in the ribs at least once, maybe a couple more. I don't remember precisely how many times the guy got shot, but he was shot lying on his face 40 feet away from anybody because he was trying to help defend this mentally challenged kid.
And that's got to happen more than I would ever want it to happen. Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, and I should probably mention this teacher, black.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
So was the kid, if I remember right.
Double whammy.
So, okay, weird kind of thing. Someone
Mm.
posted a meme where it shows like all these people cheering and hiling for Hitler at one of his rallies, and then they show a bunch of Karens all like cheering at one of Trump's rallies, and it does look pretty close to the same. And I was realizing that every last one of those like 6 or 7 Karens is blonde. And one thing that always kind of bugged me, and I wondered if it ever bugged him, was the fact that Hitler is not very Aryan looking.
Yeah, yeah.
He was a bit of a brunette, and I don't know what color his eyes were, but if they were blue, I'll be shocked. I mean, so he didn't even fit his own mold of perfection. How did that sit with him, do you think?
I have to wonder because from what I understand, which may or may not have been the case, I can't tell you, but his background, if I remember, is said to have included Semitic.
Hmm.
Yeah, Hitler himself may have had Jewish ancestry.
So, how much of the Holocaust was just self loathing
I
or
wonder.
hatred of family?
I wonder.
Hmm. Gosh, can you imagine if the whole world went to war because of one guy's daddy issues?
Yeah.
That's just so screwy. Um, so,
Oh,
here's a
okay,
random
okay.
question.
Purple's got something here. Okay, so I've got it bad. So police can take you into custody They are not required to read you your rights until you are charged with a crime, and they can hold you 24 hours before any. Okay, okay, okay. That gives a little bit more leeway in what you can do with a person.
Hmm. And I mean, to be perfectly honest, who here doesn't know the Miranda rights already? If they fail to read it to you at the time of arrest, I'm pretty sure it's not a huge foul. And no, I don't mean a giant bird. Shut up, Clarion. Oh, come on. If I hadn't said that, you know you would have made the joke. You know it. Yes, yes. No, but seriously, I mean, it seems to me that having that leeway in reading, the reading of Miranda rights makes sense. It does. Because, I mean, let's face it, there are so many ways for an actual, honest to goodness criminal to get a mulligan just because procedures weren't followed precisely to the letter. And it
Mm-hmm.
seems to me that the reading of the rights is not one of those that is really so critical.
Not anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I can only imagine what the world was like before the Miranda rights.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people did not have representation and got themselves into some deep doo doo by saying too much.
But still, I do wonder, like, did it ever eat at Hitler that he did not fit his own ideal of superior humanity?
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
I also sometimes wonder, like, was he actually insane or just an asshole?
Hmm. Is that am I not to knowing? Um. I mean, not having hung around him in, 1916 or whatever. I mean, he did make it. He did make it to corporal in the Wehrmacht. I don't know how stable you have to be to do that.
It's just something I've wondered from time to time. I mean, obviously, I guess we'll never know, but I mean, it is always interesting when you go back in history and you read about people who did studies of, say, biblical figures, and when, there's a very good chance that all their prophecies were just seizures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I remember reading about what King Tut was probably really like, and he was like this sickly idiot man child, apparently.
Oh, would make some sense. Definitely, definitely,
Like
definitely.
a massive, massive overbite, too.
Oh my, this is interesting. I mean, going back a little bit, the Miranda case is later than I thought it was. I thought it was in 1964, but here it's 1966. That's recent.
Dear God, that's a horrible, horrible looking human.
But if I remember correctly, Tut's father wasn't put together all that well either.
Well, it wouldn't shock me. I mean, most of these aristocracies, these royal lines tend to be inbred.
Oh yes, because yeah, Tut's father was Akhenaten, and I guess legend has it that he was a little loopy.
Hmm. Yeah, here we go. There's this site that puts together images of what people probably looked like way back in the day. Like apparently Cleopatra was not all that hot.
Apparently, yeah, she must have had something else going for her.
Yeah.
Either that, or I mean, Julius Caesar must have been extremely lonely, and Mark Antony must have been extremely lonely. I don't know. Either way.
Well, it does seem like everything you ever knew turns out to be wrong half the time.
Who, me?
Everybody.
Oh, yeah,
It
yeah,
seems
yeah,
that
okay.
every 2 seconds, history is different. All the people you thought were heroes are really the villains. All the people that you thought looked a certain way really didn't. All the people you thought were impressive are actually kind of dipshitty. Everything seems to just go like that. Every few years, what you thought you knew is wrong. I mean, like,
Oh,
remember when you used to be able to just buy heroin over the counter because people thought it was medicine?
yep. Wasn't that long ago, actually. I mean, what? A little more than a century.
So, yeah,
There you go. No, wait a minute. That's supposed to be
King
Tutankhamun.
Tut.
Okay.
That's King Tut. So, yep. He kind of looks like he would have been teased in school, doesn't
Kind of.
he? Yeah.
Well, if memory serves me, I mean, if memory serves me, he was the product of incest because I think um, Akhenaten screwed his sister and produced Tut. Yeah.
See, and I always wonder about these like historical figures. I'm trying to picture King Tut as like a 5-year-old, and mom picks him up and goes, "Oh, little Tutty, stop crying. Oh, cute little Tutty poo." I mean, obviously, the Egyptian equivalent of poo would go on there, but still, I was trying to picture. Like, imagine William Shakespeare playing with his friends, and it's time for dinner. Billy, I mean,
Oh, jeez, yes.
like these historical people as children, it's hard to picture.
I like Purple's little comment there. Yeah, for most of human history, hot equals not noticeably diseased.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
hard
what?
to picture being in a point in history where being fat was valued because it meant you had so much money that you could eat whatever the hell you liked. Where today thin is in vogue, and I just have to like I'm trying to picture what it's like being in a world where you see someone who's a total chubbo going humana humana.
Yeah, and that whole thing about, excuse me, fat being considered good because you were considered healthy, that was the case until quite recently in certain sectors. I think I've mentioned it previously. The female slimy bastard fed me and my sister eggnog to put the weight on us,
Hmm.
when we were kids. So I can blame her for part of the weight problem anyway. Um,
So basically, what you're saying is that you were fed fattening food in order to fool the neighbors into thinking you're well to do.
there you go. There you go.
That's demented.
And this was at a time, I think, when this was on the current side of the transition. When you think about it, though, because that whole fat equals healthy and fat equals wealthy um, mostly precedes me or predates me. But those two those two were screwy anyway. So what can I tell you?
Yeah.
They lived in the past.
Well, they seem to care a lot about appearances, from what you've said.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. Did I hear meow?
You know, yeah, that was Columbia. She seems contented and letting out a little. Hmm. But no, I didn't much care for it at the time, but I think I was too young to try the British show Keeping Up Appearances the first time. I think I might be able to appreciate it better now. And I'm curious. Have you ever seen it? Do you know about it?
I sure do. I love that show.
Yeah.
With Hyacinth,
Oh, I'm trying to
Hyacinth
remember.
Bouquet. Hmm?
Hyacinth. Thank you. Yes, because her sister's like Daisy or something, if I
Something
remember
like
right.
that. Yeah.
Like the whole idea it was that oh, I'm the high class flower and you're the everyday seed on the road flower.
Mm-hmm.
You know. But yeah, there are a couple of things that I've noticed in British TV, cinema, storytelling, whatever, and I have to wonder, like, is that a cultural thing or is it just convergent evolution? Like, for example, I can think of at least two examples of fictional characters with the last name Bucket.
Okay. The only two I can think of were married.
Charlie Bucket,
What's that from?
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Okay, okay. Que c'était pas trando.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder. And I know I've brought up before that a lot of made up British words like monsters and aliens and other things tend to be in the format of consonant, vowel, the same consonant twice, vowel, consonant. Like, for example, Triffid or Hobbit or anything like that. That seems to come up a lot in British fiction, and I
Oh.
don't know why.
Hmm.
But if I ever see a word that's formatted that way, I start thinking, is this a British thing? And again, maybe that's one of those fucking Asperger's traits of noticing patterns like that. You know?
I don't know.
So,
I'm guessing it's not Icelandic.
okay, sure, maybe not. It looks British to me.
Yeah.
But anyway, uh,
I bet.
yeah, I could not wring any meaning from that. If there was a joke in there, it was well hidden.
What, my comment?
Yeah,
Yeah, you said it looks stereotypically British, and I'm thinking, well, yeah, it doesn't impress me as Icelandic, so that
oh,
option is out.
I thought Iceland was a less random choice. That's why I was boggled.
Okay.
Well, I thought, like, what do I know about Iceland? Okay, capital Reykjavik, and it's probably colder there than I'd like. And I knew a kid named Harold from Iceland who went to my school after his family moved to the US. And that's everything I know about Iceland. Oh, no, and I can find it on a map without trouble.
And yeah, the island is split in half by an active rift. Yeah.
Well, but I mean, point being, I was like trying to. You said Iceland, and my brain insisted that had to be a reference to something, and I just could not find it.
Well, I suppose they could have dragged up Sealandian, but
Yeah, yeah. Well, anyway,
Van Regio Goto bye bye. Oh.
but I think I might take off myself because, to be perfectly honest, this position is not comfortable. My shoulders are hitched up a bit, and it's starting to make them sore.
Oh my, that is not a good thing. No, and yeah, if I offered to kiss it and make it feel better, you'd probably slug me. So
Well, I wouldn't be slugging you for the exact same reason you wouldn't be kissing it and making it better. We're
you
3,000 miles apart.
know. 2,400. Come on, I checked.
Well, there's nothing creepy about that.
Oh man,
So, where are you? Pittsburgh, was it?
Pittsburgh. Yeah.
Pittsburgh, yeah. Um, and you said how much?
2,400. I thought.
Yeah, 20, 2411.1 according to this.
Okay, then.
Yeah, you really did look it up, didn't you?
Oh, all I did was looked up Pittsburgh to San Diego, city center to city center. I was curious one day.
Hmm.
I mean, if you
Well,
want, if you want, I'll look it up, to a finer degree of, measurement or whatever. What the hell?
I'm thinking no, but thank you.
Okay.
Anyway, I am gonna take off. If nothing else, I should have more to eat than a bagel.
Yeah, we don't want you wasting away. No, that would not be a good
Oh, I
thing.
could stand to lose with you. Actually, I haven't weighed myself in quite some time. Last time I did, I was actually quite surprised because it was a lot lower than I would have thought.
Oh, yay! I think yay. Is it where
Yeah,
is it where you want to be, or do you still have a? Hmm?
not yet,
Not
not yet.
yet. Not yet.
When I hit about 165, I'm about 8 or 10 or something around above that. Let's put it this way: I haven't been up in the 80s in a while, but I haven't really gotten past 175.
Okay then. Okay, because I would like to get closer to that, but yeah, I've got a way to go yet. I remember about the time I started my transition, I weighed in at about 180, and I felt really good. And I'd like to get down there again, but I don't know. We'll see how possible that is. Um,
Sometimes, like I have to admit, when I look at like Hollywood actresses and models and such, I find myself wondering where they have the space to keep their organs.
yeah, I know.
I mean,
Um,
I guess maybe the human vascular system is thinner than I would have expected, but it just seems like there's not enough room for all their guts.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And
Right. Anyway, I'm gonna make like a baby and head out. So have
well,
fun.
you be good or something like that.
I
And
just won't get caught.
there you go. There you go. See you Tuesday, hopefully. And
And I love you too.
and be good, yay, or something like that. Yay, okay. And then we got my ugly mug twice around. Yoy. I don't know if you people can put up with that. There we go. Look at that. Oh, okay. And my title card is still a little weird. Yeah, I'm still doing things with this stuff and trying to get it looking pretty and working and stuff like that. And oh my, um, yeah, but that's because you're on the low side of the 180s, right? Now um, I remember being at 165. And God, I felt really, 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 really good. But I was also 22 years old at the time. So I don't know, how possible it is to get back down there. Um, it's something over 40 years. Oh, ti si te patrasta. Move beef. Yeah, let's see. Well, 80s, that would be 30 plus almost 40. Yep. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. But yeah, I'm looking at this stuff over here and I'm thinking, okay, maybe I can just reach into the defriginator and chew on that half pizza that's still in there. Uh, 'Cause I actually bought one of those, uh, 6-foot pizzas over at Squall Mart. And what's really interesting about getting one of those things, you get the pizza and you carry it home. And because of the way you have to you have to tuck it under your arm because you try to carry it, you know, like a tray, the wrist gets all screwed up. So you carry it like like your school books and everything. And when you get home, all the stuff is at one end of the pizza, and yeah, you gotta spread it out again and all that other happy stuff. And move from 14 till 50. Oh my! I did not keep it that steady at all between between those ages. Let's see. When I was 14, I weighed what? At least 170. Yeah, at least 170, and then at 50, I weighed 185, but I had passed through 200 on my way to get there. Yeah, I cracked 200 when I was 17, 18. Moo. Yeah, all the toppings, they go slide down. And then, well, the other thing that I didn't remember to do this time, but next time I get a pizza, I'll remember to do it. I get the pizza, and I also get another bag of pepperoni. I get sprinkled sausage stuff, and I get an onion, and slice that up and put that on there, and a slice of a green pepper and put it on the pizza. Yeah, I basically put another Supreme Pizza's worth of toppings on the pizza. So it's like a Chicago style pizza without the side crust. You know, it's just like you mound it over. And yeah, that's the way to have a pizza. But I definitely have to get around to making my own pizza dough and making my own pizzas and have the Chicago pan there. So you know I can have a pizza that's like 2.5 inches thick, just loaded with shit. You know, eat the darn thing for a week. Oh my! But you know what can I tell you? Oh, and then maybe I don't know. I wanted to have done it yesterday, and I got a late start. Didn't get out of the house until late, and if you leave the house at 3:30 p.m., it's difficult to get to the pet store at 5 p.m. You know, or before 5, you know, because at 5 they're closing, and it's, you know, wonderful coronavirus stuff here. And so I did not get fishies. So I am going to have to see if I can't get fishies this coming week. Get a few fishies, have them swimming around in there and doing their acrobatics, and yeah, you're starving. Yay! Oh my, yeah, I'm not going to do it today, but maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I'll freeze one of those strip steaks, grill the other, grill a couple of potatoes, grill some corn. Um, maybe I'll have some beans along with it. You know, just what I need, just all kinds of food. And yeah, what the hell? Just as long as I have the space in the yard to set up my little grill and see what we can do. I don't know. We'll find out. It's like it's getting a little late. It's 17:30 hours here, and I suppose that I could get it done before sundown, but not much before. So, I'll worry about that later. And stuff and things. And things and stuff. And I have no idea what I'm talking about. No, zero, zilch. Nada. Hey, I can take these off, can't I? I can take the headphones off because nobody's talking to me here and there's nobody to talk to. Yeah, after a few hours, these things hurt. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I know I'm going to be on Tuesday, as I usually am. I'll see what I can do about possibly running a stream tomorrow. I don't know. We'll figure that out. So I can play with the decorations on screen here and see if I can get it right and all that other happy stuff. And like I say, I'm just about where I want to be as far as recovery is concerned. It's just get all that stuff. I'm pulling the last of it off the old broken backup drive. Oh yeah, that would be moo. That would be very moo purple. Sounds like he's not averse to the idea. Liking that, liking that, liking that. Yay! Oh my, oh my, oh my. In the tank, there you go. Yep. Oh my. Yeah, what I should have is I wish I had the room for it, man. I have a 200-gallon tank with piranhas. That would work. I could do that. Oh, shitsky. But, tell you what, kids. Tell you what, like a fish out of water. Oh, man. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to get some food in me and take care of a few other little things, and hopefully we'll be able to get a couple little things done and be ready to go maybe tomorrow and definitely Tuesday. So what I will do is I will say thank you, everyone. I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. And all the people who are not here, come on here. Seriously. It's a nice little place here. And you're very welcome, and you're sit around and we'll talk about this, that, and the other, and things and stuff, and I don't know what else. But that's just the way it is. I love it when you guys are here. I really do. I like being appreciated, I guess. I want to thank you for all that. Really. It's, yeah. It definitely is. Oh no, do it again. Wheel turning round and around. Get back, frustrated, do it again. No, yours truly's got to get out of here. And it's good to see you, though, frustrated. What can I tell you? So, until we meet again, kids. Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.